up and moving this morning. Let me get my stuff together here. Good morning. Today is August 11th, 2026. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board. I now call this meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance with us today and those watching online. We have 9 board members seated at the board table. Board member Jim Porter is joining us virtually today. Commissioner Steele is on my immediate left. Vice Chair Danny Zeck is next to him. Our board attorney Mark Ferguson is on my immediate right, and our lovely board secretary Deborah Bremer is on our far right, my far right. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Please stand and join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I may have a motion to approve the minutes if we are ready for the July 14th and 15th meeting. Betty, may I have a second? Melanie, all in favor? I have Jim online with a yes. So we have 9 opposed, present not voting. So a 9-0 vote passes that. And next is our agenda approval for today's meeting. Melanie? Seconded by Betty. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a point of order that I do not believe that approving the agenda is the same as a resolution by the board to change a previous action of the board. So the previous action of the board is we'd have 2 days of regular meeting, and the agenda is changing that. And so I do think the resolution to change that should actually be a separate action, because this is just basic. At what point do we draw a line at previous action of the boards become something that we just undo through the agenda? I think that this is just bad form, very bad form, and it does not, I don't think, fly consistent with policy.
Okay, well, I would disagree with you, but
Then I'd appeal to the board, please.
I'm sorry?
I'd appeal to the board, please.
She appeals to the board.
That if somebody doesn't agree with the decision of the chair,
Correct.
You appeal to the board. And
So
then the board.
So you believe policy is being violated?
Yes, we've made a motion that we'll have 2 days of regular meetings, and tomorrow
we
just
adopted
took,
a calendar to make sure we had set aside days.
right, and it's required by law to do that by January, right? And so we
Correct.
set the regular meetings. The public expects to have those regular meetings.
And we
The
are.
format of the regular meetings is set up so that the public is engaged.
Okay.
And these special meetings have
Okay.
the potential of disengaging the voters and the people who watch these meetings. And I think it'd be a good habit to learn to have these deeper conversations that we want to have tomorrow. I do like the idea of what we're doing tomorrow. I think it would be nice to see us try to incorporate that into this, because that's one of the things I've been desiring for a very long time, is that we would be able to, on a board level, with all 10 of us here in the format that we have, our regular meetings, have those deeper conversations and not just come here to kind of basically come here, ask a few polite questions, vote. That's what we do. And I would like to have the deeper
Okay.
conversations.
Okay, thank you.
I have an appeal to the board.
Okay, Connie?
I was going to pull something from the agenda.
Okay, we're not quite there, but thank you. Melanie, as head of policy, did you want to make a comment? And I'm trying to remember how we walk this out, so I think an appeal has to be a motion on the violation, right? That is a motion.
I believe that Member Potter is correct. If she says I appeal to the board, then the board
Right.
needs to vote.
Right.
I would just follow up with the question, what would you like to have happen? Would you like for the board to adopt a resolution to change?
I think that the policy is not being interpreted correctly, that we should have had a resolution of the board to change that in advance. It shouldn't be just that the agenda has the power to undo a motion of the past.
So I'm asking, what is
Right,
your remedy?
right. And, well, the remedy is, I don't think today we can solve the problems we have today. I just don't want to ever see this happen again. I want the board to say, yes, be it resolved that we need advance notice. Resolution is not changed by just approving the agenda. That is not a resolution to change a previous motion. We should be doing that. I think the policy suggests a month in advance, the regular meeting before and in writing. That's not always possible, I understand that. But we could have easily just met tomorrow at the commencement time, which is what's required by law, is to have that commencement time.
Which we're doing today. We're meeting the law today.
No, the commencement time tomorrow is 9. It's
Okay.
a different time even. But the thing is that we could have met that and just shut down our meeting early tomorrow and gone, or we could have recessed to it and come back. There was any number of ways we could have handled it. To just disregard tomorrow as a regular meeting at all, I think disengages the voters. I think it's trying to push the limits.
We've heard your point. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think with, I asked the secretary as far as like the agenda, and she said it's a light month. So, but might be a light month, but we have a lot of things that we have innovative schools going on, and in the state of Kansas possibly. We have, assessments going on, and mini assessments and tests. There's a lot of things that I've asked as far as like to have that on the agenda to up for discussion. So we have a lot of things that we have not discussed that still I think are very important and are things that are coming at us like a fire hose right now, and just understanding a lot of things that's going on in the state that have to do with education. I think that we need that board time for those discussions and for those things to be on the agenda. So I do agree where these retreats are so important with technology. That is very important, what's going on with technology in our state, and it's a hot button issue. We're spending a lot of time on that, but I also think that some of those things that we've asked to have brought on the agenda need to be still discussed and need to be discussed pretty immediately, because they're coming at us very fast. So that's all I'll say with that.
Betty?
Thank you. I'm disturbed that we can't even get past voting on an agenda to get to business before it's disrupted. Now, when we elected a chair, one of the responsibilities of the chair and the commissioner is to put together an agenda. We are self-governance. We don't have to follow a specific rule of order or procedure. And it bothers me that more time seems to be spent on, is this in somebody's book? Is this the way the process is? When the Board of Education, State Board of Education was established, we were given the authority to self-govern, which means if we have a relaxed mode of Roberts or we want to revise it and add this to this, we have the authority that is put in policy. The board gets to vote on it, and I am troubled that every meeting,
Okay,
it's anything, let me finish, it's anything but
we need to get past
dealing
this.
with the issues. Now, if she needs a quick vote, can we do that so that we can move on to those things that are important to the
Okay.
people instead of a procedure?
Well, I'm trying to understand what that vote would be. Melanie?
Would you like for me to read from the policy book
Sure.
on this matter? There are 2 items under policy section 1010. Under A, it says the state board shall hold a regular meeting each month as provided by law. No later than January each year, the board shall adopt by resolution specifying 1, the hour of commencement, 2, the day of the week, 3, the week of the month, 4, locations for meetings for the entire year. Under section C, it goes on to say when the regular meeting date, time, or place is changed by resolution, or when additional regular meetings, special meetings, recessed or adjourned meetings are called, the secretary of the board shall notify members of the board and others who have requested notification at least 5 days before such meetings. So we did not pass a resolution, but the rest of that part has taken place. And as written, the change here is that on Wednesday, it's still published as part of the agenda. The board is meeting as part of that agenda on Wednesday, August 12th, in a different location. So that was published. I guess I submit to the chair and the board, do you feel that this is something that requires a resolution, or have we met the requirement?
Part of this change was literally in working with our commissioner on the technology issue to have a true work session to discuss fully in a little bit of a different environment so we can really wrangle it out, so to speak. So while we're having a day 2, it does look a little bit different, but it is a day 2. We were already here. Instead of increasing it to a 3rd day, we did have a lighter agenda. We have a very big as far as those things, we have a very big topic to get through, which is important to many of us, as Michelle stated. So this was simply the way we were going about it. So I certainly appreciate the objection. Yes, we need to vote on your appeal. So like I said, I'm trying to understand what is the actual vote. We don't have a second yet, but I don't even understand what the actual motion would be. The appeal, you're saying it's done wrong. I appreciate your perspective. Obviously, I didn't agree with that in the process of doing this. I heard nothing until this moment, personally, from anybody. So what
So,
is
Madam
the
Chair, I
appeal
just- I
that you're
want-
making so we can get a second and move
The appeal
forward?
to the board is that in future, we will not allow the approval of the agenda to be oh golly, say the word for it, hon. You just-
Resolution.
The resolution, thank you. The resolution, that is not a process of resolution. Resolution's a
Okay.
separate action, and I
Okay.
think that it deserves its own. We're undoing an action of the board that Betty made in June 2025, that tomorrow would be a regular meeting, and Melanie seconded it, and it passed 9-0. It's actually an action of the board.
Okay.
And so it really
Gotcha.
shouldn't.
So-
And then I wanted to also make sure that that we will have microphones. It is going to be live streamed, and we're going to be able to,
It will be
the
live
public will
streamed.
be able to hear the conversation.
The public will be in the room who wants to show
I
up.
mean,
It will be
The
live
live
streamed.
stream public.
Okay, do I have a second?
I don't know that an appeal to the board requires a second, does it?
Or does it not?
I don't think it does. It's an
Okay.
appeal to the board.
Okay, so, perfect. All in favor of Debbie's appeal?
Okay, so the appeal is from the point of the chair, and the chair is saying, no, the agenda is sufficient.
Okay, so-
Okay, your decision was that the agenda was sufficient to be a resolution of the board,
no, mine-
and I'm saying it's not, okay? So the appeal to the board would be, the chair's position is that the agenda is sufficient as a resolution, and that's the vote. And I will be voting against it.
Okay. All in favor?
I was pretty clear.
that we're good,
Connie has her.
that we're good with approving the agenda and moving forward. Are we all good with that?
No, are we good with the agenda being a substitute for a resolution? And Mark seems to think he'll be able to say it.
I was just going to look at the board secretary so that she understands that
Right.
what the
That'd be good.
that a vote in favor, as a board member stated, a vote in favor would be to support the decision of the chair. That the agenda is sufficient. So affirmative vote would be to stick with the status quo of the procedure.
Okay, all in favor? Seven. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Now, I assume we still need to approve the agenda, correct? Yes, but she's got something about the consent, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as the agenda goes, may I get a motion to, or did I have one? We did have one. You're right. So, all in favor of approving the agenda? Opposed? Present not voting? Who didn't vote? Oh, well, we just have a present. No, Jim was in favor. I don't have a clue. What do you have?
Go back and
Apparently so. 811, I guess. Okay. Through all that lovely messiness, where are we at? Consent agenda, thank you.
so she can get it correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. Betty seconded the thing. All in favor of the agenda? Oh, there we go. Opposed? There we go. Okay, the consent. Connie, I believe you had a comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to pull C for a vote,
Polling C,
just for a vote.
okay, separate
you.
vote.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Yes, I would like for a separate vote, D, F, G, and H, please.
D,
D, F, G, and H,
not E.
not E.
Okay, on the rest of, oh, sorry, Debbie?
Madam Chair, I was pulling item L for discussion and vote.
Well, we will have to move it to, yeah, not really. Because, let's see.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Uh-huh,
Since I have policy up, I'm just going to read from it. Routine procedural and non-controversial action items shall be placed on the consent agenda for items that require clarification or for which a board member has a question. That clarification should be requested well before the board meeting. An item should not be pulled from consent agenda just to have a question answered.
okay. But the discussion part, if you keep reading.
That sort of information gathering should happen before the meeting. That's what my manual says.
But I think there's a line
I
about,
think there's more.
If there is an item about which a board member disagrees or believes the item requires discussion, then a request is made at the beginning of the board meeting during the approval of the agenda to pull that from consent.
It's supposed to read to the end.
So I understand that, but are you saying that you disagree with that item? And okay.
okay, again, so we can get moving on. I will find a place for that. Hopefully before lunch. We'll just have to see how things go, but at this point, probably not. Okay, so that leaves us with, on the consents, A, B, E, I, J, K, and M. May I have a motion to Michelle? Second, Debbie. All in favor of those items on the consent? Okay, I think that's a 10-0 vote. Okay, for separate vote on item C, since Connie's the one that pulled it herself, may I have a motion to approve item C, which is the North Lyon County to hold a bond election. Betty, second. Melanie, all in favor? Eight. All opposed? 8-2, that passes. Now we have D, F, G, and H, which is the state aid for North Lyon, the state aid for Caney Valley. G is the McKinney-Vento grants. H is the general math 612 content test. May I have a motion to approve those? Betty, second by Melanie, all in favor? Opposed? So 9-0, that passes. And then, okay, so the L we will be moving. Okay. Probably to the end of the day, but we'll get that in there. Okay. Moving along. Commissioner Steele. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Welcome to the August 2026 Commissioners Report. It's good to be here. I know sometimes life feels a little bit full of friction, but that's the beauty of democracy. And so I love that. You get what I'm reading this month came from a staff member. I'm reading Washington's farewell. So he wrote a farewell to the people, and he worked for 5 years on this farewell address that he wanted put in the newspaper, not to anyone else, because he wanted it to be to the people. So reading a book about it, and it reminds me, nostalgia makes us look back with great experience often, and it is reminding us those were times. There was a lot going on, and they were full of friction, and they did a great job. So I'm grateful for them and the work they put in, and I'm grateful for us and the work that we're putting in. So I want to talk a little bit about July, if I can, really quick. I want to talk about two major things, if I can. We don't have a picture for the first one, which is the budget reviews. We oversaw 200 budget reviews, and they're in the books and going. I love budget reviews. It's a service we provide for superintendents to help them get a lot of really important things in order. So I'm grateful for Dale Brunghart and all the other people who are involved in budget reviews. And then, of course, the 2026 Great Ideas in Education Conference, grateful for that experience. So we had over 700 attendees, not including KSDE staff. So the number is going up, and it's been going up in a great direction, and we love that. It was a great conference. We had a lot of good fun there. I guess before I move forward, in that, and we'll talk later about it tomorrow, but we had board members having the opportunity to meet with constituents at that meeting. We will talk tomorrow a little bit about how that went, but from my view, it looked like it went well, and it was a great way for everyone to not travel and put a ton of miles on cars, but to be in a spot and to hear. So we'll debrief that a little bit later. And then we went on a bus tour. Dr. New was there as well, but not in this picture. We toured Wichita Public Schools, and I have to admit, I was very impressed. And talking a few things that we saw here, we went to what they called their service center, and we saw a wood shop that builds all of their stuff in-house that can be built by wood. We saw their transportation shop that does, I'm going to get my number wrong, 84 million miles, which would be 340 times around the earth is what they do annually with their buses. We saw their kitchen, which they believe is the largest industrial kitchen in the state of Kansas. They produce 50,000 meals a day and take them out to schools, a remarkable feat. And then I think my favorite, though, was the instrument shop. It's incredible. They did 2,100 repairs on instruments this summer, and they have a piano still from 1906 that is still in use. Well, it was in the shop to be fixed, but it's still around. And so they don't make things like they used to, is what I learned from the instrument shop, because most of their instruments, they said, were made from the 60s and 70s. So kudos to a team who's keeping, I mean, if you want to talk about fiscal responsibility, it's keeping a saxophone in play since the 1970s. So good for them for that. And then they had a media shop, and in their media shop, they've cut costs by 75% by doing that in-house. Now, I don't think that Deerfield or Dighton or any of the other schools have the capability of putting a media shop in, but Wichita, serving as many students as they do, have that ability, and that was really fun. And then we went on a bus tour, and this was pretty fun. I enjoyed being on a school bus with those who came. And a couple highlights from that. In the top, I think it's your top left, top left, Amelia Earhart School. So Wichita has 23 magnet schools. And not Connie and I have had great conversations about innovative schools, and we did actually see a couple of these and would love to look at some more that they're doing. So the Amelia Earhart, I think their motto was no child left indoors, a little pun there. And they have 13 acres, and they have, I think, 8 ecosystems in which they are teaching kids about the world through the outdoors. Maybe it was my Eagle Scout in me, but they go on campouts, and it is a very engaged and involved campus, right? Now that's one of their mags. Another one was a dual language program where one day you learn in English and the next day in Spanish. And then they had these Future Ready Centers that I think are noteworthy. So Future Ready Centers, the way that they had them was in a partnership with WSU, and they are on the high school campus. So rather than having to elect into a completely different school, you could go, depending on your schedule, to these centers, and they had both healthcare and manufacturing, but specifically, I think, aerospace. And then they're also building cybersecurity. So when you are done, you are trained by certified individuals doing this work, and when you're done, students are leaving high school making $60,000 a year with no debt, have the credentials, and what they said is being picked off by industry before they're even graduating. So kudos to that. I think they're doing a good job. Superintendent Belfield gave us a great tour there and was grateful for that experience. So that was kind of a fun July. But looking forward, these are my kids and a few of their friends. I did get permission to do this. So back to school. So we start school tomorrow in my household. We did the sneak peek where we went and met their teachers, and it was fun to see everyone trying to get the jitters out. So last week, kind of this week, and a little bit of next week, we're going back to school in August. And I just will praise teachers again and again. It's coming back from summer is tough, but every single one I saw had light in their eyes, and they were ready to greet those little kids, and they were super excited. So watching that community, they had these bubble things. I told my kids to bring a towel. None of my kids brought a towel. So we got a car wash on the inside. That was special. All right. So really quick, for those who are joining us online or anyone else, I do want to remind us that the Kansas State Board of Education, through Article 6 of the Constitution, is given authority over the general supervision of education in the state of Kansas. And what you see is 10 elected school board members to represent the entire state. We had, last Tuesday were the primaries. Congratulations to those who are moving through. For those who are not, thank you for being a part of democracy. And for those who have November ahead of them, we're grateful that we're bringing in conversations about education. That matters. So thank you all who are participating in that. If you are an odd number, your election is this year, and we will continue on through November. The state board is given 4 primary responsibilities. See if I can get these down. This is the newbie in me. Accreditation, academic standards, teacher licensure, and general policy. And that's what we're charged to do. And graduation requirements, like I said. Thank you for that remediation there. Our vision that the board has set is that Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. I will always bring these up. When the new board comes on, they'll have the opportunity to look at the vision and the mission and all of those things and make it work for them. And we have agreed that while this board finishes out, that is our vision. And our mission is, as the board chair has said, to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. And I got to skip our question of the month this month. I wanted it, but I just wasn't quite ready. So you're off the hook. But I love bringing you questions of this is the rigor in our classrooms. Let's talk really quick about the commissioner's report. In June, I came and talked about our agreement and what I thought was necessary for us and for myself as the commissioner to move the state forward. And that was deepen school improvement through implementation. It was more accountability and transparency. And then making sure that we are engaging in the school finance formula conversations. Last month, I thought it was very important that we look back at student performance and looking at all of these indicators and just taking a look of where are we and how are we moving forward. And this month, I told you I would come and share back about the conference and specifically about our board goals. So the board set goals, and they have 3 of them: quality school improvement, quality leadership development, and policy regulation and alignment. I'm not going to talk about everything we've done as an agency, but I do want to hit some major areas pertaining to these goals. Sometimes I have learned in my life, I get a little bit in the weight of the world. I forget that we are making progress. And so this is one of those moments to say, I will say, this is what we're doing. I will let you, the board, decide, is that progress enough? And if not, keep lighting the fire under us. So Randy had this chart. I am going to just refer generally to each of the 3 major goals. When looking at quality school improvement, we have KSDE 2.0. So if you remember, it's actually hard to believe, but 26-27 now is we're entering our 3rd year of implementation into KSDE 2.0. So we've come a long way there. And in that implementation process, I would make note of 2 major things: school improvement days and action plan development and review process. This does not happen in every state, and I think is a crucial part in moving conversations forward. So we have 303 systems that are engaged in school improvement days. That means the superintendent and their teams are showing up to have deliberate conversations. You've been to these. If you haven't had an opportunity, come again. Madam Chair.
All the days coming up. You can find them right there.
Hit one of those and see how they're going and give us feedback. We like school improvement days. And then those teams create a plan. It is a local plan to say, this is how we're improving our schools. And we have an expert team here that reviews those plans. And we would say of all 303 systems that they are implementation ready. That's where we're at in the process. Those are, I think, great things we see. We also have the Kansas School Improvement Model. Small adjustments have been made to it with the continuous feedback that we've received from the system, but we focus on fundamentals, having both the structures and the lead indicators to guide our work. Again, continuing the school improvement, we have reorganized the agency. You have allowed me, and I hope it pays off wildly strong, to reorganize the agency to do school improvement, but under 2 major domains, with both accountability and support being 2 different parts of the division, with the hope that they will both be able to do better what they are called to do by being separate. And then specifically to the fundamentals, let's talk about a few of these. First of all, a fundamentals bound assessment system. Last month, we had the Innovative Assessment Demonstration Authority approved by the federal government. Dr. Conrad will be here later to discuss what that means and talk about that. It is my personal opinion that that allows us to have permission from the federal government to use what we believe is best for our local community and gives teachers feedback. If I were to say we're leading the world, this is one of the areas that I think we're absolutely leading the world in. When it comes to quality instruction, we have surveyed all the districts and identified the materials that are being used in schools, and we have been able to build the foundation necessary for the future work of how do we best support you. We've had great positive feedback from that in many areas because districts are grateful to know what their neighbors or someone else is using, because now you can have these collective conversations around, if we're both using the same materials, how can we help each other and move that along? So I've seen very positive things there. And then pertaining to standards alignment, we have developed the toolkits and the resources to help align instruction to our state standards. Looking at structured literacy specifically, because this is a very important fundamental, we have 14,000 seals of literacy added to educator licenses to date. 705 of them are in early childhood, or 50% of the early childhood licenses do have the seal of literacy. I think that is a moment to sit, be grateful for the progress we've made there. Looking at the elementary teachers, including special education, 52% of the licenses now have a seal of literacy. And between 2024, September of 24 and August of 2026, we have a pass rate of 86%. That is going up. That is good for us as a state. We like to see that as we're doing requirements, we're hitting those marks. And then here are the other ones, 49% of school specialist licenses have a seal of literacy, as well as administrators at 42%. When looking at House Bill 2485, we were asked to do a single statewide universal screening tool, and we have submitted that request for proposal to the Department of Administration. That is on track for next year, the 27-28 school year, for that single statewide universal screener to be in place. Also, in next year, 27-28, we are on track to implement the individual literacy plan in partnership with parents and guardians. So if a student, kindergarten through grade 3, are identified as high risk based on the universal screener, then they will have an individual literacy plan created, and that will be implemented next year. Those are big moves that are being made by the state, and grateful for our partners helping with that. All right, moving on to the second domain, we have quality leadership development, and we have collaborated with partners to develop the Kansas Superintendent Leadership Network, and within that leadership network, we have created 6 domains of leadership for specific leaders on their journey, right? So some are aspiring, some are masters, right, where you are there, and we have created those domains to help our leaders be in the best position to lead our systems. We have updated leadership licensure standards. You've seen Catherine in front of you talking about how those updates are happening and where they are. And then in our school improvement pilot for identified schools, we have included building instructional leadership as part of this pilot. So we are, any school that is being identified in this pilot, we are helping give expertise and professional development around what does it mean to be an instructional leader and how do you execute that on. And then lastly, in policy, regulation, and alignment, this is your third area, we have streamlined the professional development requirements. We have modernized out-of-state licensure requirements. We have established a new licensure renewal pathway, and we are improving the license duration and structure. Specifically for regulations, I'd like to introduce you to Ashley Stites Hubbard. Ashley, if you'll come up really quick and just give us a quick wave. Ashley is our new general counsel. She started yesterday, so we would like to welcome her. She comes with experience from the governor's office, the insurance division, is that what we call it? Department, and KLRD. So she has good experience there. And Ashley and I, not to put her on the spot, and she won't have to respond, but we've already had great conversations of the first 5 things I want from Ashley, okay? So number 1 is Ashley's gonna be able to account for all of our CORA that's going on. So we will have a process, we will stand accountable, we will meet weekly to make sure that we are doing our responsibility and having that checked off. Number 2, this one may take a little longer, but we're gonna look at the PPC process. We want to make sure that that is judicious in its speed and see how we can speed up. I'm probably saying it wrong. It needs to take the duration the right time, but cases need to come faster, right? You can't be on a list for multiple years. And so Ashley's going to look on how to do that. Number 3, we have contracts done at the agency. This is an agency thing, but I want you to be aware. As we better build our contract process, that allows us to make better spending decisions. Sometimes contracts sneak up on you and you just got to get the next contract out. So building that process of knowing, hey, in December, we have this coming up. Are we prepared? Do we have everything in order? So we're going to extend that by creating a contract process that we believe in. And then lastly, and this is a little bit both pet project of mine, but something that I think means a lot to the board, is we're going to look at our regulations, and we're going to look at wholesale our regulations where they need to be, and are we asking of our regulation helping for better teacher and learning. So Ashley, that was most introductions, to be honest, are like, hey, what's your favorite color? It's good to meet you. Ashley's was like, hey, let's go. So she's ready. We're excited. Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, thank you. We're excited, and she'll be here. My September report, I sent the wrong one to Deborah. That's on me, not her, but I did have this filled out. In September, I would like to come back to the board to talk about some of the school improvement processes and the things we have now done. So now that we have talked about our vision and our mission and our goals, I would like to continue to be accountable every month. Have we moved forward on our goals? And if so, what are they? And that's going to put a little bit fire under me and my team of every month being able to talk about the progress we're making towards the board's goals. That is your policy decision to make. And then stand accountable for our school improvement efforts and what we have done to bring greater accountability and support within the state. I am really excited for the future, and thank you for the opportunity to be the Commissioner of Education in Kansas. I stand for questions if you have them.
Me and my microphone are having fun. Any comments? There is one thing I want to, and I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and I
Please.
apologize up front. But I was having a conversation with some parents yesterday, actually, and the NAEP thing got brought up. And this is something I have learned, and so I want to make sure I responded to them correctly, and then just make sure it's, I guess, public knowledge, because they were like, what? When Kansas takes the NAEP, it's a very small number of people, kids, correct? Students who are actually.
Yes.
Do you have?
Yeah, Dr. Conrad.
I was going to say, is
Yeah, there he is.
like your phone friend here.
It is a representative sample of Kansas. True. True.
Because definitely.
But a representative sample is still a very small group of people.
Correct. Do
True.
we have a number-ish?
We do have a number. I do not have that number off the
Okay.
top of my head.
Do you know if it's 1,000 or under? Am I in the ballpark?
Yeah, you're in the ballpark,
Okay.
and it is 4th grade and 8th grade.
Correct.
And so it's not all grade levels. It's
Right,
very
4th and
limited
8th
to
grade, but
4th
it's
and 8th
literally
grade
1,000 students across the state.
across the state.
Because their understanding has always been, and it was mine at first, that like the CAP, it was all students, and it's simply not. So I just kind of, with their response, I was like, maybe, and since you brought it up, honestly, you had it on your list from last month, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe just throw that out there real quick.
And I always love, if we're talking assessments,
Mm-hmm.
because there's always feelings around assessments, NAEP is one that all assessments can be opt out. So if a parent,
Right.
if that school is doing NAEP and a parent's like, I don't want to do NAEP,
Right,
we're not doing NAEP, correct?
correct.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, just want to keep reminding us, right? There's
Okay.
no forced assessment in the state of Kansas. So, okay. Other questions?
Yeah, hang on. Debbie, are you up? Okay, I didn't know
Yes,
if I was.
thank you, Madam Chair. So you're touching on actually why I pulled my consent agenda item. It's because I saw a change in the amount of the contract, and I wanted to, and so I don't need to pre-discuss item L, but I just want to let you know that you're kind of touching on some of what was making me want to pull that, was, the contract amount. How is that contract, could it be done better in-house? I'll bring those
Okay.
things up, but I just want to let you know you're touching on that with the
Thank you.
contracts, and letting us know when changes are happening is what I'd like to hear.
Great. Well, you do want to be responsive as an agency so that you can do your job.
Dr. New?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, when you called up Dr. Conrad, it reminded me of the Wednesday morning when you all presented as a team down at the Great Ideas Conference. And I just appreciate it, and I do want to commend you and the team for how you delivered content that was very heavy in the past and almost confusing. And I watched body language, but I heard comments too from the individuals that were sitting around me, and they were going, oh yeah, oh, that makes sense. So whatever you all are doing, it's really appears to be having an impact on our staff across the state. And so I wanted to commend you on that, but I forgot until
Thank you.
he stepped up.
And thank you for bringing that up, because, yeah, that was really powerful and impactful. I agree. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I just want to say up front that the hearing room that we had at the conference was just really good. I thought a great idea. I just want
Great.
people to know that, and we'll talk about that later. I know
We will talk about later,
Yeah.
but I will say as the commissioner, I think we should make more space for that.
Yeah.
If that's what the board wants, I think that was a good use of time.
Right.
So,
I just was really glad I was there.
good.
So a question about the name things, the sampling, how does that actually work out demographically and,
Yep.
and
Let's,
If you're
Different
okay
cultures.
with it, sorry, Madam Chair,
Just
you're
a
going to say this. Dr. Conrad is going to give a presentation on that later today, and he will answer that later today. Is that okay?
That's good enough. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
sorry, I'm totally.
Not that I
focused on-
can't answer all of those technical questions, just trying to keep the agenda going.
That's right, that's right.
That's right.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have citizens open forum participants? No. Okay. Well, I don't think I need to open and close for nobody, correct? Okay, perfect. Well, we will go ahead and take our break and then come back for our lovely student presentation. So let's take 10 minutes, board. Back at 10:56. Do we have Mr. Porter back on? Okay, we're good there. Sorry.
Yep, you ready for me, or you want to say something first?
No, I'm going to let Commissioner Steele introduce our next guest.
Okay, everyone. I want to introduce you to Tanya Ramash. She is the winner of the 2025 Civics Bee. Okay, so last year's winner for Kansas, so state of Kansas winner. She went on to nationals, and she got 4th in the nation.
Oh,
So that's
nicely done.
super cool.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay. Good job.
It's awesome. You will hear she's interested in rural health, and we will get to hear her speech. And she is at Wichita Collegiate, and she is a rising sophomore. So what we will have is she'll give her speech, and then after her speech, like always, we'll get to ask her any questions or anything like that.
Okay.
Tanya, the floor is yours.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Psychologists have coined a term called possible selves. It's the idea that each of us carries a vision of who we might become someday. But most of the time, those futures only exist in our imagination. But every once in a while, we find ourselves in a room where those futures feel a little bit more real. And today, I think this is one of those rooms. Because everyone in this room has committed to something brilliant, really. Everyone here has chosen to serve a cause greater than themselves, the education of Kansas's children. And Gandhi once said to be the change you wish to see in the world. And I believe that every member of this board embodies the value every time you sit down here to make a decision on behalf of students like myself. And as I thought about what I wanted to say in this speech today, I realized I wasn't writing it for the Kansas of today. I was writing it for the future of our state, a future that is being shaped, quite literally, by the decisions that are being made in this very room. And that's why I've chosen to deliver this speech in the form of a letter, because when you find yourself face to face with the future, it only seems right to speak directly to it. So, dear future Kansas, 1 year ago, I was sitting in a room much like this one, except I was the one in the hot seat, waiting to find out if I'd earned the chance to represent our state of Kansas on a national stage. I remember feeling nervous and wondering if all the work I put in was enough. I remember looking around the room and seeing students who seemed smarter, more confident, and more prepared than I was. And for a few moments, I was convinced I had somehow ended up in the wrong room. But as it turns out, feeling that way is often a sign that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. But at the same time, I was also excited because my love for civics and history and government made the atmosphere feel electric. My name is Tanya Ramesh, and I'm a rising sophomore at Wichita Collegiate School. Last year, I had the honor of representing Kansas at the National Civics Bee Championship in Washington, D.C., and winning 4th place nationally. But when I first entered the Civics Bee, I wasn't thinking about Washington, and I wasn't thinking about the national competition. I participated because of my genuine love for my community and my commitment to serving the place I am so proud to call home. My community and the people within it have always been a defining part of who I am, and I have always believed that the greatest debt I owe my community is my service. And I think this perspective comes from my belief that the people of a community serving each other is the rock upon which a good society is built upon. The Civics Bee gave me the opportunity to turn that conviction into something truly tangible. It led me to focus on a challenge in my community that I knew deserved a solution. And one of my favorite memories from the Civics Bee happened at the national competition itself. I got to meet students from across the entire country. We all came from different communities, we all had different experiences, and our projects focused on completely different issues. But I realized that despite coming from different states, we all shared the same desire, to serve our communities in every way possible. And that surprised me, because so often we hear about what divides people. Yet, there I was, surrounded by proof that the desire to serve is not partisan, it's not regional, and it's not political. It's human and it's American. I was surrounded by students who chose service over apathy, progress over cynicism, and community above all. Before the civics bee, if you had asked me what civic engagement truly meant, I would have said something safe like government, politics, or voting. But I know better now. For me, it started with a problem. My project for the civics bee focused on improving healthcare access in rural areas of Kansas, specifically focused on transportation. And when I first chose that topic, I thought I completely understood the issue. But the deeper I researched, the more I realized how much I didn't know. I learned about patients traveling long distances to just receive basic medical care. I learned about families who had to spend hours on the road to reach appointments. And I learned that some of the biggest challenges that communities face aren't always the ones that people see. But what surprised me the most was that the project stopped feeling like a competition. It started feeling personal. Civic engagement had turned into something bigger than I ever could have imagined for myself. This experience taught me that civic engagement is also a way of life. It's a cultivated culture. It can look like volunteering, organizing, or even just speaking up respectfully. It's about deciding that even if you can't solve everything, you can still do something. Not only that, but I learned that when you have the natural desire to serve your community, that conscious choice is what makes you a leader in your community as well. Looking back, the civics bee changed my life in the best ways possible. It gave me confidence, it gave me perspective, and most importantly, it taught me how to serve my community. However, I also learned that civics and leadership, they are both a lifelong learning process. I'm still working on my project, and I'm still learning from my mentors and my peers. 250 years ago, on July 4th, 1776, 56 men in Philadelphia did something truly courageous. They bet our entire nation on a singular idea, that ordinary people could govern themselves. But here's what's easy to forget about the founding generation. It was incredibly young. Thomas Jefferson, who wrote most of the Declaration of Independence, was 33. Alexander Hamilton, who was barely in his 20s when he began commanding in war. And James Monroe, a future president, was 18 years old when he took a bullet to the shoulder at the Battle of Trenton. 18 years old, crossing the Delaware in a blizzard, bleeding for an idea that hadn't even been proven yet. This country was built in large by people not much older than the students I met at the civics bee. And this year, America turned 250 years old. That is a remarkable span of time. Entire nations have risen and fallen in less. Yet, America continues to endure, not because it is a perfect union, but because of our belief that a more perfect union is always worth fighting for. America's biggest anniversaries have also never arrived at perfect moments. In 1876, when the nation turned 100, the country was just a decade removed from the Civil War, which had torn us in half. And that year, in Philadelphia, Americans unveiled Alexander Graham Bell's telephone at the Centennial Exposition, a brand new way for beings to be able to reach each other. They didn't pretend that the grief of the previous decade hadn't happened, but instead they chose to look forward with unmatched optimism. But not because everything was fixed, but because America has always chosen to find light in the dark times. And that is the American inheritance, the stubborn, beautiful refusal to stop trying. And when I look back at the last 250 years, there is a lot to be proud of. We built the longest lasting constitutional democracy in history. We landed a man on the moon. And we supported our citizens and watched them reshape this country in their own image. Take in the beauty of that. This nation wasn't guaranteed to succeed at all. Yet, generation after generation chose to believe in a dream built from the ground up. And I believe that our founding fathers would be proud of the nation that they sacrificed everything for. However, patriotism isn't pretending that everything is perfect. We still face challenges, and too many Americans still feel disconnected from each other. Many communities continue to struggle with issues like healthcare access, education, and poverty. And that's exactly why the next 250 years cannot be written by looking backward. They must be written by the people looking forward, like the people in this very room. In March of 1955, 9 months before Rosa Parks became a household name, a 15-year-old girl named Claudette Colvin refused to give up her seat on a Montgomery bus. She wasn't even old enough to vote, but she acted anyway. Time and time again, the people who moved this country forward were young. Every major breakthrough in our history happened because a younger generation refused to accept that what is broken cannot be fixed. They dared to dream big, and youth across America can still do the exact same today. There is something so innately beautiful about believing in yourself and your abilities. Students can get involved in ways that are both deeply beautiful and personal. And a recent national survey found that between 58 and 70% of adults fail basic civic literacy tests. In a time when so many Americans struggle to answer basic civic questions, the students who compete in programs like the Civics Bee are choosing to spend their time learning about their communities and thinking about how to improve them. And that might not sound extraordinary, but it is a truly beautiful thing to witness, and I think it's worth protecting. So, to the future of Kansas, I don't know exactly what you will look like. I don't know what challenges you will face, but I do know it takes a lot of courage for Kansas youth to put ideas out there and show up when it is always easier to just stay in the background. It takes a lot of courage to ask the hard questions and look deeply at the way our world works. But I also know that it's all going to be worth it at the end. And I am eternally thankful for the opportunities I've been given, and I hope that the opportunity to speak, to learn, and to serve, and to be heard like I am doing today are possibilities that students across Kansas can find as well. Because Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." Every vision has beauty, and I know that the people in this room doing what they do gives people like me the opportunity to bring our dreams to life, to pursue the things that we care about, to believe that our ideas carry value, and to never let anyone minimize the beauty of our visions. And that, to me, is what makes this state so beautiful. So, future Kansas, we may not know what the future holds, but we do know you are worth believing in, you are worth building for, and you are worth fighting for. Your friend, Tanya Hermesh. Thank you.
That was truly amazing. Thank you
so
so much. Wow. I was trying to jot a few things down. Thankfully, I can go back and rewatch this to catch more, but I'm just going to real quick, hopefully others will jump in here, but I loved a couple of the statements that you made. Can't solve everything. We can't solve everything, but we can still do something. That's very beautiful. And the stubborn, beautiful refusal to stop trying. Just powerful, powerful words. I'm really impressed, and I think that was just an incredible speech that you gave. Betty?
I couldn't get signed on, so when you finish, I'd like to just comment, if I may. Shall I?
Do I?
I wanted to make a comment. I said I couldn't sign on the...
Oh, you're free to go.
Okay.
Okay.
That was so inspirational. It really was.
Thank you.
In fact, just listening to the things that you said, it's so motivational. So I am wondering if you could identify something that would help students who perhaps wouldn't be motivated by competing, but to be more civic oriented. Can you think of one thing that you might suggest that would be helpful?
I think that programs like the Civics Bee, they motivate students to be able to get involved in their communities. Not only that, but when you enter a competition like the Civics Bee, that gives you a kind of way to meet other students, other leaders in your community, and that can lead to more opportunities. For example, when I started the Civics Bee, I got the opportunity to meet with Wichita Mayor Lily Wu, and she was able to show me the Wichita's Mayor's Youth Council, and then I was able to join the Mayor's Youth Council for Wichita. So just being able to talk to people in your community, whether that's through volunteering, speaking up, or even just writing a letter to someone who holds a little bit of power, those are all incredibly powerful ways to be able to create meaningful connections and then being able to take that to the next level.
Well, you did an outstanding job. You really did. And thank you so much for sharing your speech with us.
Thank you.
Oh, Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, this is just really excites me to hear young people when they love our country and they speak positive of it. And so thank you for that, just oversight. But I want to just tell you a little story about, I heard from a superintendent at our hearing room at the conference last week. And this is the type of thing I think that happened in small communities that we can only know if we live there. But there was a small community in my district that was really struggling. It is struggling economically, and the enrollment in the school is going down. So the local people are stepping up, and one of the stories is that there's a storefront that a lady who had some resources bought, excuse me, and turned it into a free public library.
Oh.
And just for a resource for parents to take their children to. And I just, those type of things I think are really what make us understand that it's so important to, concentrate on what we can do, the freedoms we have, and use our resources for the good of others. So I just want to tell you that story because I think that's what's really important to you. So thank you for coming today.
I agree. I think that there's a lot that you can look at and kind of say, this is not working in America or in your state or wherever you live, but there's also so much that is going well, and that there are people that can, do stuff in such meaningful ways. Mm-hmm. So I think those are all things to be really proud of.
Can't solve everything, but can still do something, right? So sorry, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was very inspirational. I really enjoyed it. We were right across the aisle from each other, but on the break, we were actually talking just about this. I just said I'm basically a clubber. I 10 organizations at a time, yay. And I think you hit on something. It's the most fulfilling thing. It gives you more than, anything, just to be involved in your community wherever your interests lie, ministering to other people. And I just was really inspired. And the thing that you actually said, though, and I'm kind of butchering the words a little bit because I think you said it from the other point of view, but belief belief that what is broken can be fixed.
Yeah.
I love that. That's the big thing that I was like, oh, better write that down. So thank you for sharing your perspective and your experience. And I think you're right. And I hope you can figure out how to encourage all the students and the people you're around to become involved. So
thank you so much.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, and congratulations on everything you've done. My question is, in civics, what is the one thing that you learned by doing this project? Thank you.
I think that the one thing I learned is that by taking a risk or trying new things, like I tried the Civics Bee, you find yourself in situations where you find things that you really love. Like, for example, when I did the Civics Bee, I didn't think I would love U.S. history or government or learning how the way our country works. I didn't think I would like all of that before, but by choosing to take the risk of delving into a competition like the Civics Bee, you start dispersing your interests. You're able to see what you like and what you don't like. And without the Civics Bee, I don't think I would have found my love for law and history especially in our country. So.
That's beautiful. I believe you have some family members with you. Would you like to introduce them?
Yeah. That's my dad, and then I have a little brother, and my mom's at work, so she wasn't able to be here.
Well, thanks for coming, Dad and little brother. You must be excited for her. This is really amazing to get forth in the national level. Wow. Thank you for coming so much. Thank you. Well, that was just fun. Picture? We can do a picture. Would you guys like to do a picture real quick? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, up next, we are going to have our newest Deputy Commissioner, Dr. Zach Conrad, giving us an overview about the year innovative assessment process. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members. I don't know if I offended Deborah in some past life, but her scheduling me right after that, that's hard. I apologize. She's so good. That was absolutely amazing. Amazing. Just leaves me filled with hope and inspiration as we see this next generation. They're just amazing. I did want to start with NAEP, since that is now part of the presentation. Just wanted to clarify a bit on the number of students, because these two things go together, how they stratify a random sample and also the number of students. So in fourth grade and in eighth grade, there's both subject areas get assessed. So that would be reading and math. The same students do not take both of those assessments. We have about 2,000 students. It's under 2,000. It's about 2,000 students that would take each one of those. And so in fourth grade, you have a sample of just under 4,000 students that would take it across fourth grade. And so that it is a bit more than that 1,000, but across the state, it's about 100 schools that get selected. Right? And so the way that they do, it's a very sophisticated sampling that they do because they want it to be representative of the population overall. So if you just did a simple sampling, you might oversample larger school districts or certain demographics. And so the way that they stratify it is to make sure that all of those things are accounted for, and they give it weights. And so that way you get a representative sample of the entire state. And so Before we start the IADA conversation, are there additional questions around the NAEP that I might be able to clarify?
I'm just going to ask you to clarify if you would. So you said, so if I understood you correctly, if you have your fourth graders, the ones who take the reading are not the same ones who take the math. Is that what you were saying?
That is correct.
Okay,
That is
so
correct.
that's where that 4,000 comes in.
Yes.
Total.
Total,
But you have,
Sorry, can I? Per grade.
per grade.
oh,
So-
4,000 per
So
grade.
just to own the space,
Yes.
approximately
is eight.
8,000 students would be
8 total.
tested when NAEP is done.
Yeah.
But 2,000 fourth grade take reading, 2,000 fourth graders take the math, and the same
So
with the eighth graders.
if we have roughly
Okay.
36,000 students in that grade level,
Yeah.
about 4,000 of them would take one or the other.
But when we look at the NAEP score for reading, for fourth graders, you were talking about 2,000 students.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And then
clarity.
clarify, we don't do NAEP every year. It is every other year?
It's every other year. Yes, correct. And so it's about 100 students, or it's 100 schools. So that means not even all students within a school would
Correct.
take NAEP. It would
Okay.
just be a subset of that as well. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a quick question on the NAEP. So if you're, so you're saying the parents can opt, we talked about it earlier, the parent could opt out of that. How far in advance are they to know that their child would be taking the NAEP, or do they not know? If they're opted out of assessments, that would be one of the assessments probably, I'm assuming.
That would be.
So that child would not be sampled, but as far as knowing if your child was sampled or not, does the parent know that, if they are okay with assessments?
Yes, so NAEP identifies the schools first in October, November, and then they meet with the principals to then identify the students within that school. So we submit all that information to NAEP so that they can then sample the students. So the students would be notified at that point that they would be participating in NAEP and have that opportunity at that point to say, this student is opting out. We have about 93% participation rate of the students that are selected do take the assessment. So you do have some that do not take the assessment.
Debbie?
So as far as the selection process of that, is that based on maybe how they were doing on either math testing or their assessments, or what would that be based off of? Just
Yeah, so demographic information and prior academic information. So CAP score does play a role in that
it does, okay.
to make sure that it is a representative sample.
Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just wondering how the sample students are chosen in the school. So you said, like, obviously not the whole school's taking the test, but a subset of the students. Is it by lottery or?
It is not. It's a weighting, and so students are assigned a weighting of how well they represent the general population of that sample. And so they look at the demographics, they look at the academics, they look at where the building is situated.
So
as
they
far
might
as
be looking
urbanicity.
for one student who comes from a lower income area, has a family income of a certain amount, has grades of a certain level or something like that.
Exactly.
And then they say, how is that person going to NAEP score?
Yes.
Okay,
They
so
then
then
select
if they opt out, you don't have then a replacement for that student, that representation, that just goes away?
No, you would still have that representative sample within the group. You can invite others in, but if they do not take the assessment, it's still a large enough sample across the state that we would be okay. That NAEP is fine in generalizing because we still sampled enough to be representative.
Okay, and so getting to the parents' concerns of the data that's involved in that, where do they draw this data from?
Could you give me
Like,
more information?
like the demographic. So this student fits the model of what demographic we're looking for to represent that sampling? And how are they getting the information on the student to know that they fit the demographic that is
We
being
provide
sampled?
that information to make sure that we have a representative sample. And so they know, we provide student information to the feds as part of regular reporting all the time.
Okay, so this is just their standard federal
Yeah.
information that's reported, so everything that they're pulling the sampling from is going to be from within the subset of the information that is standard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Great, okay, thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to preface the beginning of this presentation with we're talking about two separate things. So I'm going to set it up. So currently we have CAP, our Kansas Assessment Program, where students take the summative assessment at the end of the school year. Right? And through that process, through CAP, you also have two other assessment systems. You have the interim assessments and you have the minis. Those are all associated with CAP. Okay, so we're going to put that into a bucket over there. That's CAP. Interims, minis, summative, CAP. Okay? What we're talking about today is different. It's outside of that system. And so we could field questions on both, but I just want to be clear that this is separate from the CAP system of interims, minis, summatives. Right? So this is authority for us to try and pilot something different. There's a few reasons why we wanted to try something different. One, we want to give all of the items back to teachers, to students, and to families. We want them to be able to see and feel what it is that we are asking students to do. And so that was a key component of making sure that this system was different. Second, we wanted to make sure that it was done at a point in time that was reflective of what the student had learned in their curriculum. So we needed local control on what was happening in that classroom. So it needed to be very tied to what the student was learning and doing. Now, it's not from their curriculum, it's separate from that, but we needed to make sure that the teacher and families were provided evidence of transferability. They learned something, could they do it on something outside of their curriculum? Yes, a teacher wrote it on the board, and they could duplicate that, but could they transfer it to something else? And so we wanted to make sure that it was at a point in time that could be useful for that process. And so those were two key design issues that we wanted to solve for as we were putting this together. So we submitted to the feds because we had been doing this work. I have seen you a number of times presenting on this very topic over the last few years because we had been doing the work on it. And we wanted to be able to present that to the feds to say, we would like to pilot this. Can we have permission to do that? We're one of 7 states that were approved over the last 8 years to be able to do something like this within our state to see if this model could help us get the results that we are looking for. And they gave us that approval. It's been a few weeks now, so that was very exciting news for us. And we are going to pilot with 6 school districts, 2 of which are approved to replace the CAP system. Remember in that other bucket, the summatives, the interims, and minis, we're replacing that one with the through course. So we have approval for 2 school districts, Kansas City and Olathe, to do this model. And this is going to help us have additional evidence that this model does do the things that we think it's going to do when it comes to teaching and learning. We have 4 other systems that have been doing this for a year with KCK and Olathe. And so they're going to stay in that cohort, but they are not going to be able to replace CAP this year. They will be able to do that next year if they progress through. So what it looks like is quarterly students will be given assessments over the material that they have learned throughout that quarter. Right? So school districts go in and they select those standards, the standards that they've been teaching, the standards that the students have been learning. And an assessment is developed outside of their curriculum by our assessment company, our vendor that we work with to do that, to then test the students. That information is then given back to teachers. The assessment's given back, the data's given back, everything's given back to teachers so that it can inform how teachers move forward with the next quarter. So that you can hand that back to parents. Parents can have the test, parents can have the data, so that they know how to best support their students. So it's highly visible. Then in quarter 2, more instruction happens, new assessment happens. So throughout the year, they're constantly getting data back while there's still an opportunity to do something about it. We don't wait until the very end of the year to give that assessment when the student then moves on to the next grade level or to the summertime. But while they're still learning, we're providing this data back to them. Now, what we wrote within the IADA is an expectation of rollout. These are just targets. It's how we've developed our plan around how to support school districts, and this can change. This can adjust. So year 1, we have our 6 school districts. Year 2, we'd like to expand that to 12. We already have more school districts than that, or 16, sorry. We already have more school districts than that have expressed interest. And so we are navigating through how we can best support them as we make this adjustment. Year 5, at the end of the IADA, the federal government will want us to make a decision. They'll want us to say, did it work? And this is now the path you'd like to go with the through course assessment, or there's not sufficient evidence and CAP is actually the way that we need to remain. And so this is a pilot phase. You see on here year 5 where we transition to all school districts because they want us to make this decision. And this is the reason that they gave us this authority, is so that we can decide what works best for our students in our districts. There are 6 criteria that we are expecting districts to meet in order to join the IADA. First, we want them to adopt an HQIM, a high quality instructional materials. Okay? We firmly believe that we build this assessment so that it is aligned to an HQIM. We don't want to align the assessment to lower quality, because that's not what we want you to teach. We need you to have high quality instruction in your classroom, and that begins with an HQIM, those materials. We need you to have a PLC structure that can act on the data you get back. We're providing data back to you quarterly. We need you to have a structure that can do something with that data. And we need to see that that's there. Technology for the platforms and making sure that we can include,
Acronym time, PLC, remind me.
Professional learning community, I apologize, sorry. A professional learning community where teachers come together to discuss the data around their students and have the opportunity to say, what are our next steps? How do we group these students to make sure that they have what they need in order to progress through the standards? They need the same structures and assurances in place as they would for the state assessment. So they need a testing coordinator at the district. They need assurances around 95% participation that's required. And we have to ensure that there's test security and ethics. It changes a little bit on test security because we are releasing everything afterwards. And so we don't need to keep the items as secure, especially afterwards, because we generate new ones all the time. So districts are able to express interest, and at the conference we had a QR code so that interested districts could go snap the code and sign up. I'm putting that here as well. And this is where they fill out the information on those structures so that we have information about, okay, how can we best support you? You would like to get to this point, but you need a few additional things. And this is where we really partner well with Dr. Nugent's team to make sure that we could support the districts to get there, to make sure that they have those things in place that will allow this to be most successful
Dr. Conrad, would you prefer questions wait till the end, or do you mind if we interrupt? What would you
No,
prefer?
interruption is
Okay.
perfectly
Danny?
okay. Danny,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you go back one screen?
I can.
So number 5 there, what it shows you have 95% participation rate. So that means that the parents can't say, I don't want my kids in the middle of this. And what if you have 95% of the parents don't want their kids in that?
No, 100%. That's a signal to us that we are not providing the information that parents need. The federal government is asking for that 95%. They set that bar. Okay? And if parents do not want to take this route, if they are opting out of it at higher rates than what they'd opt out of CAP, the bucket of CAP, then that is definitely a signal to us that that is not the pathway that parents would like to go. We are providing parents back all the items, we're providing all the data, and so our theory of action that parents are more engaged in this process, but if we get that feedback, then we definitely act upon it.
And how are we assured that we are communicating with the parents that even with the CAP assessments, they can opt their kids out if they don't want all those assessments? And same thing with this. I mean, are we really telling parents that they can opt their kids out?
I can't speak for each individual district on how they communicate with their parents, but I can speak as coming from a school district, right, that we did communicate through, as the assessment was coming up, that you can opt out. I believe that it was well known, but that's an assumption on my part because we did have a number of families that would opt out. Right? And so we had a form. They could also just email or call. They could talk to their principal. It was a fairly easy way. You just had to say, we don't want to take it, and there was no questions asked, or just said, okay.
Okay. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm really thinking I like this better than our own state assessment just for the transparency of the questions. That alone has been something that's bothered me about our regular state assessment is we got a sampling of the questions and I didn't like them. I didn't like them at all. They were not mastery of skill kind of questions. I shouldn't say by and large. Some were not mastery of skill kind of questions, and I didn't like how those were being done. But I have a couple of things. So just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding. You're saying that these questions, they're coming from the federal level, but the parents are transparently able to see what questions their kids were asked. Am I understanding that correctly?
The federal government actually has no role in the questions and the assessment and anything like that. They require an assessment, and so we're required to give one, but the design and the items and all the development, that's
Are
us.
we drawing these questions from where then?
So we have content experts, there's subject matter experts that write these items, and then they're reviewed by teachers in this state and other states for alignment, for bias, for rigor, and so it goes through a process to be able to put the item then on the assessment.
Okay, so these subject matter experts, are they related to our current K-State contract for our KU contract for our state assessments?
They are not.
Okay, so we're drawing them from where?
The vendor, Innovative Assessment Solutions, has content matter experts.
That goes with the RFP and
so
stuff.
they are a separate company that does the same thing.
Okay, and then these 4 districts that are currently doing the pilot program, one of my early questions was how much is it going to cost the taxpayer to take their assessment and make it basically comparable to our state assessment? And I think that like 100, they really didn't have any idea, and they said I think like 100,000. Then it was, I think, much more than that. I don't remember the number now, and you could maybe remember that number for me, but there is a cost on the taxpayer to take these assessments and make them basically part of our state assessments. And so are these going to be separate? Are you saying these are like NAEP and the state assessment's just totally separate? Or are these districts, are these districts also participating in the KU one? Or are they totally not doing anything KU? And so we're going to be paying to bring these to the same standard. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they all cost money.
Yeah, everything costs money.
Right.
Running 2 assessments costs money, right? So currently our contract pays for 1 assessment. That's the CAP assessment, the interims, the minis. The other assessment is unfunded at this point. We have found some funding for it to offset some of those costs for these school districts. It doesn't cover everything. But it does cover the tested grades and subjects that they would be taking. And so, yes, moving forward, it would replace, if we move in that direction, that contract. So we're back to just paying for 1. There is an expense associated with trying 2. But when you're trying to make a switch,
Right, I'm just saying, but
That
the money,
happens.
so it's not totally funded right now, is what I'm hearing you saying?
no, we are seeking federal funds to be able to offset the cost completely with CGSA grants. They are, I can't remember what CGSA actually stands for, so I'm just going to give you that acronym. State assessments, though.
And you're just assuming those are going to come through, then I take
Right,
it?
nobody remembers. We just
Right,
call
right.
CGSA and just forget.
Well, I'm just saying is, are we going to move forward before we know that those funds are secured? Or, are we already moving forward? If the funds aren't secured, what are we going to do if they don't come through?
We will continue to work to get funds. That's the, it's one of those things that's, as you're trying to build this out, right? Sometimes that's something that is not known, and we will just continue to build.
So the districts who have chosen to do this, the cost is currently on them. So they are finding in their existing dollars, right? They're not asking their people for more money. They're in their existing how to do that. We have had conversations with. I have started preliminary conversations with philanthropists who would be interested in helping us because they believe this is better for students. So if we cannot get federal funds, so we're asking for $4 million over the span of this to cover the cost so districts don't have to cover it. A decision, and help me if I'm right, will come before the board eventually of do we like this, do we want this, and do we want to fund this? You will not be able to fund both, but that's in a few years. If we don't get the CGSA, then Renee, Dr. Conrad, and I will be working to find others who can fund. The goal is not to put added funds on the districts. That is the goal, right? That's the high bar, and we believe we can deliver.
I think part of it, if I can just input here a little bit, because I've talked to Dodge City a little bit because they're involved, and what I'm hearing is they so believe in this being a better real tool for teaching and learning that they're willing to dig in and find a way through with the hope that there's some relief in that, because it's just they believe in what this can do versus that end of the year state assessment.
Well, so we have our KU's not testing these schools then, am I accurate? Why, they're not doing the regular assessments, correct?
Yes, they have to do the regular assessment.
Oh,
while
they are doing both.
4 of them
piloting
this year, but 2 will not.
2 are not, and
Yeah.
then next year, hopefully the
6,
4, 6
yeah.
will not be. And so I would think that possibly we should be able to take some of that funding. The school, KU's not having to do 6 districts in 2 years. Why is not some of that funding being diverted
'cause we're in
also
a
over towards this?
contract.
Because I think I agree that this is better than what we have. From what I'm hearing, just on the basis that the parents can see the questions. We've talked about, Michelle and I have talked about this, not having that transparency really, really bothers me. And so I'm kind of excited that something better can be done for the kids. I kind of wish we could just pilot the whole state and just take it from KU and just over it.
Process, all about process.
The one piece, Debbie, I think at the very high level, the answer is Yes, right. In that KU, do they need money for kids that aren't being tested, right? But also the very technical piece is there is some level of test security and all those other things. Same like a school bus. If you pay to have one kid ride the school bus, it's the same cost if you guys know 60 kids ride, whatever that is. So there is a cost of just like making sure everything's there. We never want to pull money out from KU that will jeopardize the CAP system. But when that school bus is bought and all seats are filled and there's leftover, you better believe we want to do all that we can to capture our money to put it in the right way. So I think the right kind of thinking there of how can we save money there.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do want to let Zach, I'm sorry, we do want to let Dr. Conrad get through this. I'm just telling everybody else, no, go ahead, you're fine. I just, we probably need to, but please continue. No, go ahead.
Just a quick question. During your presentation, you said something about we want the kids to be able to show what they can do. You said it a couple times. And about 2015, we kind of went from education to what you can do over what you know, the knowledge. Like I'm concerned we're teaching to the assessment. We're doing this so frequently. We're now teaching we're teaching to an assessment rather than it being local, being Kansas, being more Kansas, think different parts of Kansas. Because if everybody's taken, I want to make sure that these tests, assessments aren't adaptive. Like if you're taking a quiz or a test, everybody's being imparting knowledge from what the teacher is teaching, which is going to be unique and different because he or she has their own experiences. They're going to bring something hopefully unique to that classroom. If it's rural or suburban or urban, they're going to be bringing that to the classroom. If we're doing this based off of what did you mean by what they can do, rather than what the knowledge they can obtain and know later, that I have to know this for a life skill, whatever it is, I'm going to have to pull this from my brain later and know this, rather than I'm teaching to assessment, I've done well on the assessment, boom, gone, I'm going to forget about it. I'm not going to ever need to use that information ever again. That's not unique. That's not really local. I feel like and I've talked to this about other teachers have talked to me about this. Are we teaching to the assessment? Because we are doing it so frequently.
So great question. I appreciate the question. I think there's a couple things to unpack in there. First, the assessment is locally controlled. And so those standards are unique for each school district to a degree. We all have a fourth grade curriculum. We all have fourth grade standards that we need to adhere to. Sometimes that scope and sequence is different. I might teach for MD1, which is a standard, in second quarter in KCK, but maybe in Olathe we teach it in fourth quarter. Right? You can adjust the standards around, and sometimes they adjust based on the curriculum. So each system is allowed to select those standards and when they're being assessed. So locally, you have more control over that. Okay? So it aligns a little bit better with your scope and sequence and what you just got through teaching. Now, the items themselves, the things that you'll see on there, will look similarly across those districts. And when I say do, that's because students have to do something. They have to express their knowledge. The assessment itself is asking a question. The student has to do something, has to work the problem in their mind or on a note, something. They are doing something to express their knowledge. So sometimes I do a poor job of distinguishing the two. I am wanting to know what they know. Students themselves are doing something to show me what they know. And so that is a distinction.
Okay, so if we can, Melanie?
I'll email you later.
Dr. Conrad just said what I was going to ask essentially. So I just want to take a moment to say to the districts that are out there listening right now, it would be lovely if you would invite us to your schools during PLC time so that we can sit in that room, because if you haven't had an opportunity to do that as a board member, I strongly encourage that you get in a building, that you sit in a PLC room and just listen to the conversation. Because the tremendous advantage that I'm hearing from you, local control, yes, but involvement of the PLC is what's key to this. This is about making sure that students are progressing. That's why you're doing it so often, right? So I love this, but it would be great if we could get that time in the PLC. Thank you.
Hold off any more questions and let Dr. Conrad continue.
Okay, so what we intend to do with the board is continually bring back the annual progress, right? We want to, as districts scale up, we'll present to you what districts are onboarding, where we are doing this work. And then, of course, at the end of this, we'll make sure that the board approves us either moving to this through course assessment and or staying with our current CAP assessment. So just to emphasize, this is the beginning. We just got approved a few weeks ago. It is a pilot. We did not switch everything over overnight. We're testing this out. We have a theory of action that we firmly believe in, and we are testing it. We're proving it over time. Okay? So at the end of this, we should have evidence to help us make a decision of one way or the other of how we are going to do assessments in this state. So with that, it was the end.
I had something and then I lost it. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to follow up with Michelle and tell me if I'm, because I saw in your face, I think we're thinking of the same thing. And I'm going to give you an example from that assessment test. We were given a sampling, right? And we had this story about Fox, and he was really smart, okay? And at the end, I think it said like Fox was crafty or Fox was wise. That was what was in the story. So then you're going to the question. So you should be looking for a synonym of crafty or wise, something like that when it says Fox was, and here was your ABC, was a leader in his community, well respected. These kinds of things that had nothing to do with the mastery of skills, understanding what the word meant. And I don't know, but the teaching to the test is that when the teacher gets that back and the wanted answer is that, let's just say, I don't know what it was, but let's just say a leader was the right answer. Now the kid is being taught that being crafty, being wise, that's a leader. That they're trying to redefine basically based on, it's very subjective and like there's no right or wrong answer, but they're making it a right or wrong answer. They're taking opinions and assessments like that and making it. Am I hitting what you were trying to say, like what you know, not what you can be made to know, you know? Okay.
I appreciate that clarity. Actually, I was at a conference where they were showing examples of assessment items on ACT. We were looking at why items get thrown out, right? And so there's statistics behind it of why you would throw out an item. It's bias. Like for some reason, girls and boys of the same ability got the answer incorrect at different rates. So we were looking at why that took place. And so we're looking at the item. It was a reading passage, and it had the question next to it. And they said, "Look, this is the correct answer." And the author of that passage, because it was taken from a book, was actually in the audience. And he raises his hand and says, "That's not what I meant at all by that." Right? I mean, there is a level of subjection to anything that we ask of students to do. Teachers in a classroom, when it comes to behavior and setting expectations, items are, you interpret them, right? You're asking them to do something. And I think that the more experience you have with item writers and aligning it to standards, please go to PLCs with teachers and see how they negotiate through what it means and how to interpret that. And that's a beautiful thing. That's an awesome part of this. But what you need to be able to do is take it and say, what do I do next? Why did the student answer that way? Why did a lot of my students answer that way? What are they telling me by answering that way that I can identify there's something in their schema? There's something that I taught them that we need to talk about again. Why'd they choose that one? That's the power of giving items back so that teachers can actually see it and they could see what was selected. Because now they could start working with the student to say, tell me more about your thinking here. And so, yes, the items are very important. That's why we give them back. That's why we tell you how your students answered it. so you can dive into that work. Can we fight over the items all day long? Yep, everybody can. But the point is that teachers can take that information, parents can take that information, now they can do something with it. Right. Now I can ask you follow-up questions. Now I can group you. Now I can begin to understand what you are thinking. That's powerful. We can haggle about items, but I'd rather haggle about what are we going to do next? Mm-hmm. What is this telling me next? And is that of value? So do we teach the test? Do we have a test worth teaching to? Because when we start with our teachers, we say, define the learning objective. What do you want students to know? Then what's the next step? We tell teachers, how will you know that they know it? That is designing the assessment. That's the second step. Then we teach. Okay? So yes, you are teaching to the test. It's just got to be a test worth teaching to. And this is connected to the standards that were in front of the students. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Will you just talk, appreciate the narrative there. Why does teaching to the test have a bad name? Give us a little bit of history lesson and why that persists.
Yeah, so I think in No Child Left Behind days, and we had delta indicators, one thing that we really wanted to do is identify those specific standards that were going to be on the assessment. Mm-hmm. You weren't going to see the items, and so this gave you a little peek of what was going to be important. So what did we do? We narrowed the curriculum. Now, on an assessment, you can only have so many items. You can only test so many standards on an end of level. Right? It's very specific. And so you come to find out that these 5 standards were the most important for that state assessment. Guess what I'm going to do as a teacher? I'm only going to teach those 5. I'm going to hammer those 5 because you're going to do amazing in my assessment. Right? And we put all the weight on this end of level assessment, and we narrowed the curriculum. We narrowed what we taught kids. And so we want to avoid that. And so when we do this, you're able to now select 16 standards across the school year directly tied to what you taught. And we're able to select those standards in a manner that gets at the rigor so that we could say, what other standards tie into that? You'd need to know how to do addition before multiplication. I don't have to necessarily test the addition. It's the multiplication that I'm getting at, right? And so some of those standards lead into other ones more appropriately. So we're not narrowing the curriculum. We're ensuring that you master the standards that are prior to the standards that are being assessed. So it keeps it broad. It ensures that we have mastery over all standards.
Well, and this conversation is really about what is the difference between the two? Why do we want to look at doing this one through year? And the difference is, it's what I keep hearing over and over, we can actually talk about high quality instruction. We actually have teachers, students, and parents who can know exactly what happened, what the result was, whereas the CAP, you have a number at the end. That's all you have. That's all the teachers have. Mm-hmm. So the whole idea of this is simply to find a better way to still meet the law, which was the federal waiver. We're trying to meet the law, but take it all the way back to good teaching and learning. So that's my understanding of what this whole thing means. And that's why I believe districts are, if I haven't heard it once, I've heard it many times. It's dead data at the end of the year. It does them no good. And teachers are they spend the time and the energy and the whole thing in the classroom, and they don't get the ability of what we're talking about today. So that's the overall idea here. And so if parents don't like assessments, then we opt out 100%. But we're trying to get across the idea behind why this is a good thing to pilot and what just happened with our approval from the feds. Michelle?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. One last thing. So when Debbie was talking about that was then I asked, now that we've narrowed it down to 40 questions, how many of those subjective questions were going to be on this 40 test, and it wasn't really definitive as far as how many would be. The thing I would want to take away from it is what do we want children, if you're saying, what do we want everybody to know? We want everybody to know these 40 things that are on these 40 questions, but we weren't really told how we were scored on that. subjective question. That was my biggest concern.
Yeah.
So much subjectivity goes into it rather than, a spider has 8 legs. We had the first president of the United States, George Washington. We want to know, like, if they've studied George Washington in school, which hopefully they have at some point in time, they're going to know, hopefully, that he was our first president. Those are factual things that I feel like I want my kid to take away. Now, the learning process, the true education that's going on is my son doing the homework, my son taking the notes, my son writing the papers, all the work that goes into that. He's learning through all that, through not just lockdown sources on my computer at school. I get to go home and go to the library and read books about this that may have more facts and more resources than my lockdown computer. Because a lot of these kids are doing homework at school. They're not doing the research and the things with their parents and with families at home. It's all locked down, very locked down. And I can give you an example of that with my own kids. The sources and the actual evidence-based, where I can go out and actually do the research. So that's what I'm saying is it needs to be based off of, these tests need to be based off of facts, not subjectivity.
Yeah, and back to Kathy's point, which I think she made really well, is that this is for federal accountability. And the way that we've done testing is that it is only served that purpose. And it's now very difficult for you under CAP, right, to have those conversations. It doesn't fit back into all the other things that you just mentioned that a student is doing that is meaningful, more meaningful, but the federal government still requires us to have this accountability assessment. So what IADA represents, what this through course represents, is us saying, federal government, we'll give you yours, but we need to make it more meaningful to our students and teachers. So could you imagine having this body of work, of all this formative stuff that they've done, of the homework, of the grades, that should be aligned to your standards of what's in the curriculum and what they've learned outside. And now you have an assessment as well that lines up with that. That when you come in to parent-teacher conferences, your teacher is saying, look at all the work, and it fits right in and can point to you and show you, this is what your student knows. This is what your student has done, right? In a larger body of evidence. And by the way, it can appease federal requirements as well. Now we're not being redundant in the system. Now it is the one, so that it fits right into that conversation. It dovetails nicely. And that's what we're attempting to design.
Okay, wonderful. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dr. Conrad.
Thank you, Board.
I had asked Natalie if we had a moment. Are you guys prepared really quick to do the consent item we have left over, L, that Debbie had pulled, and then we can move on with after lunch with the rest of the meeting? Yeah, sorry. Kind of dropped it on you. Because the comment that I heard you say was you felt like the money changed, and I...
There was a couple things, so, yeah. Do you want me to
Okay.
start speaking to it? Are you ready to go?
Well, and you asked for discussion, so, okay.
Yeah, usually I'll start discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I looked at the history of DECA, and it looked like it only started maybe in like 2016 that we started to approve up to $20,000 for DECA to have an independent advisor that's through one of the universities. Before that, they did not have that. And what kind of question came to my mind is, one, we apparently have moved that to $25,000 for that. But the one thing I was going to do before we talked about it is we have presentations regularly from our 9, amazing groups that are represented here. I can't even name them off the top of my head. I was going to write them down, but you could probably name them. but just go with that, because I know we're in a hurry. So I didn't understand why DECA alone gets this kind of support. And I didn't understand that why is this support not being for all student organizations that would benefit from this. And then also, it used to be KSDE staff took care of these responsibilities. That's in the history of it. And it's only, like I said, 2016, so it's only been 10 years that it's going out to the universities. And so I wanted to hear back from the staff or from the commissioner, 25 grand in your budget for the year, could we not bring this back to the staff here and have that support going to all of these student organizations, not just DECA?
Okay. Well, I'm first going to say, you're asking questions, which according to policy is done prior to the meeting. So I'm not sure I understand the discussion portion of
No, ma'am.
this specific item.
Ma'am, I wanted this conversation with the board. I wanted the board to know that my amount went from 20 to 25. I didn't want to have a conversation
Not
with just
within-
you or
it wasn't-
just.
I'm not saying with me. This is, you're asking questions of the history.
I'm wanting to have a conversation that we're spending more money. I want to have it with the board in open. I cannot have this conversation before the meeting because I would violate COMA. So I'm having the conversation with the whole board. I can't send an email to the whole board and say, hey, all,
Well, it's
there's
not
a
the board, it's
25,000, not 20. This is a board. I'm asking the board.
Okay. The contract didn't change, which is what you said.
Okay,
when
I'll
you
be
pulled the
voting no on
item.
this if I'm,
That's
and I'm asking for
Debbie,
a
I'm trying to
conversation.
clarify something.
Okay, no, you were saying I violated policy by not being prepared in advance, and I'm not violating policy. I am having a conversation with the board, and I would like to keep on the subject of what I asked of the staff. Could we consider the other organizations involved with this support at the tune of 25 grand a year to the taxpayer, not be able to benefit them all? That is a significant change from the consent agenda item, and I wanted the conversation with the whole board.
Okay, I truly don't understand your line of thinking. The consent. Okay, and again, that's question asking. Okay, I believe all organizations have an advisor. Am I correct?
So currently, KSDE supports 8 career and technical student organizations. We have contracted outside for BPA, DECA, FBLA, FCCLA, FFA, HOSA, Skills USA, and TSA. We had a contract in place with Kansas State University July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2029. Kansas State University notified us that as of July 31st, they would no longer be able to continue. University of Kansas has expressed interest in being the state advisor for DECA, continuing on with the same amount if approval of the board is given so that we could move forward. So the initial terms of the agreement was July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2029. So K-State ended July 31st after 1 month into this year. KU has agreed to pick up for the same amount, not to exceed $25,000 for a year, which would be prorated quarterly in the amount of $6,250 a quarter. We do have contracts in place with the other 7 state-recognized career and technical student organizations.
Okay, to follow
and
up
that's
with
the-
that, how much does that total that we're spending then to advisors to all of these organizations?
So I can bring that amount back. I can give DECA, I brought specifically for this discussion. We currently have 1,474 student members, 39 chapters across the state.
For the DECA.
But-
So we have 7 or 8 different, how many contracts did you say we have?
We have 8.
8 for advisors? And are they all about-ish the same amount of money for their advisors?
So we have a scope of work that's similar, and I'd be happy to share that scope of work. And if
Maybe
you-
in an email? Because,
Right,
could we do that? Because I don't want to take up, I want to be, but on that, so let's just, if we could kind of go with the 20 or 25, we're looking at 160, maybe $200,000. I just cannot help but think that in the world of trying to be a little more efficient and, money conscious for the taxpayers, that this would be a full-time position on KSDE, just doing this, one full-time position to take care of advising and helping all of these, and be a lot less expensive than that. So I just would like you to look at that, okay?
And Madam Chair, and You're welcome to share any of your personal thoughts on that, of how that works, if you want to in this moment, or we can get you that information.
Yeah, let's go ahead and allow that conversation later. The consent agenda item was to allow the contract to move from K-State to KU, since K-State opted out to continue. So I would ask for a motion to approve consent item L. Melanie, second. Dennis, all in favor? And I got Jim on the screen, I got Danny, okay. 9 opposed, present, not voting. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will now take our lunch break. We will be back at 1:30. Thank you.
true collaborative partnership. Dr. Frazee joined us for our weekly meetings. Dr. Holly Ingram from the district also joined us. So a little bit about the participants. We recruited K2 students who in their winter benchmark ELA data scored high risk. That was our initial target. After ruling out those who had chronic absenteeism, because we also knew we wanted these students to show up every day to camp. We then, by about March or April, opened it up to also students who scored some risk, and we targeted 3 specific schools. And so that's how we recruited our students. Across the 3 sites this summer, we had 25 K2 students who attended camp regularly. We then also were blessed with the opportunity to have district teachers who had earned their seal of literacy, so who had a very strong knowledge base in structured literacy. They were hired and the district paid for them to be on site every day, leading part of the camp daily routine, which we'll get into in a minute. We also had a special education teacher on site to help support students with exceptionalities. This was the cool part for me, is I got to be on site every single day at one of the schools. So I was at Spate, Dr. Mernan was at Washington, and then Meredith Compton, who's another professor at Wichita State, was at Mueller. And so we got to be part of the daily instruction, the scaffolding, the modeling, and we're going to talk about the data debrief, which I think is one of the most important parts. And then we also had 26 WSU students. Thanks to funding from the Kansas Blueprint for Literacy, we got to pay them to do this clinical experience. So they got paid applied learning, and they were in charge of the high-dose tutoring section of the day, which we'll talk about here in a moment. There we go. So I don't feel like I need to rehash this. We're going to let Reagan kind of just touch on the key points of structured literacy.
Just a very brief overview. This model of structured literacy might be familiar, it might be unfamiliar. This is really the lens that drove everything. So everything we did in our instructional model revolved around these evidence-based elements of language and reading, and also included these evidence-based teaching principles that we wanted our WSU students in particular to ensure that they delivered throughout their high-dose tutoring sessions, throughout the whole class sessions, and really, again, the framework for the entire camp.
So this is what our day looked like from day to day. We did bus our students in, and they had breakfast in the morning and a little bit of a morning routine with their teachers and classmates, followed by the knowledge building direct instruction provided by Wichita Public School teachers. That was about a 75-minute lesson that we had in the science of reading, followed by a break. So kids had a morning recess. And then after that, high-dose tutoring with our WSU students who led that, lunch and then enrichment activities in the afternoon. This was about 16 days of instruction, about 40 hours of literacy instruction. So in the morning, our teachers led, they are all have the seal of literacy. They all led the knowledge building routine in the morning, as we said. And then the high-dose tutoring piece is what Reagan was referring to. That aligns with the science of reading. All of that was driven by data. All of the students had a initial assessment that was provided, and they used those assessments along with a daily debrief to determine where students were and where they needed to go in those daily lessons.
Okay, I would say this is probably the bread and butter of the camp. And so these instructional routines were developed by WSU faculty, and they really hit on those evidence-based elements of literacy and of language. And they also meshed with instructional routines that 259 teachers were used to, and that our WSU students were likely used to seeing through their practicum experiences throughout their program. So you can see, I'll just go through this briefly. These are the instructional sequences for our first, second grade students. So some of our students, based on their spring ELA data, might have been grouped with some higher learning targets, and some might have been grouped with some lower learning targets given 259's kind of scope and sequence. And we also had like a K1 binder as well that maybe focused on a little bit more foundational skills. So we started with some high frequency words, utilizing the high frequency word routine that 259 uses. When it came to decoding, we would specify a specific skill, letter sound recognition from 259's scope and sequence. And again, this was determined through the data that we got and also determined daily. So Dr. Kim will kind of talk about daily data debriefs. So as students were progressing in their knowledge and skills, they were also progressing in a scope and sequence and particular skills that we were targeting. We would put kind of that letter sound correspondence together to connected text. And so they would engage in oral reading fluency routines, again, part of 259's 6-minute solution routines. And then they would get phonological awareness, and Dr. Kim's going to show the data. That's where we had the largest improvement in the camp, which is super exciting because that's a huge predictor of reading success for students. So it was really cool to see them increase the most in that. Orthographic mapping, that was tied directly to that same letter sound skill that they were working on in the decoding routine. And then again, as always, we're bringing it back to connected text. So they got to practice those specific skills in connected text. And these routines our students became very familiar with. These were highly structured, again, thinking about those evidence-based teaching elements. They were designed in a way that was very explicit, and it was very diagnostic in nature too. So you can kind of see the highlighted areas where it says probes. That's where we administered quick kind of 1-minute assessments to determine, okay, are students ready to move on? So they really got to see firsthand what this data-driven decision-making looked like in a very intensive intervention setting.
Okay, so these are some photos of our students with children. You can see, anyway, we had a lot of fun, in addition to learning a lot. Okay, so I will verbally describe these visual data for you, but before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about these data debriefs because I found these to be the most powerful. So we built in an extra 30 minutes at the end of every camp day so that our WSU students, the faculty, and the 259 teachers could sit and talk about what did we see from children today. And then we used those data to inform what was going to happen the very next day. And what was really exciting for me was to hear and to kind of watch the transition of our WSU students who are undergrad, initial licensure educators, right? Well, I guess we had some graduate, but they were still initial licensure students, to listen to them develop vocabulary, critical thinking, and analysis skills to know, oh, this is what that child was showing me when they were struggling with digraphs, right? And then to see them be able to, over the course of those 4 weeks, and it's only 16 days, and only half of that was literacy, the rest was enrichment. But to see them be able to talk about those data and then make instructional decisions using that data was highly impactful. So as Reagan mentioned, we did a pre-post. We used the PAST, which is a phonological awareness measure, and I will tell you, I am so proud. Every single K2 student made improvements in their phonological awareness skills based on the PAST, which in 16 sessions. Now, what I'm really excited about, and obviously we don't have the data yet, is did that maintain over the summer, right? Because this camp was held in June, so they've now gone all of July and part of August without any bolstering effects. So we are going to look at the fall ELA data on these specific students to see, did we bolster anything? Did it maintain? Did we help fill in some gaps of some skills that they were missing? So we'll talk a little bit about why we think it worked so well. One, we had low student to teacher ratios. We literally, during the high dose tutoring, which we ran as like stations, the students rotated, students rotated, one-on-one. They got one-on-one time because we had 25 kids and 26 WSU students. So they got one-on-one time, and that was for 75 minutes, one-on-one time, right? Which is unheard of in a traditional school setting. So super grateful for the funding that allowed for that to happen and the collaboration and partnership. Children also got daily explicit instruction in structured literacy, provided by a quality educator who had her seal of literacy, supported by faculty who had expertise in literacy. We did the knowledge building and the decoding intervention, which really helped facilitate background knowledge. It helped fill in some additional skill gaps that the children were coming into camp with, and we were able to identify those from data that 259 provided. So the entire camp was very intentionally designed for the students who came to camp to see us. As Reagan mentioned, we used evidence-based instructional routines, ongoing progress monitoring. Faculty were there, as were the 259 experts, to help provide coaching, on-site coaching and feedback to our students, which again, I think back to my undergrad, and that didn't happen, right? So how awesome was that? And then I will say, and I know I speak for Reagan, we are deeply appreciative of the relationship that we've had with Wichita Public Schools. I've been Dr. Kim at WSU since 2004 and have always appreciated the relationship that we had with them, because this was a financial, a personnel, a time, a building, like all that type of investment. They were like, yes, yes. When Dr. Lane came and approached the superintendent, he was like, yes. When we came to Dr. Frazee, she's like, yes. I'm like, oh, this is the yes team. I love this. So, and then I think, again, one of the powerful things for our students is the ongoing coaching and feedback. Not only did they get that from the 259 teacher, but they also got it from the faculty on site, which I think they deeply appreciated. So where do we go from here? This was a pilot program, right? This was the first time we've done this. We would like to expand to additional sites. So instead of only 3 school sites, maybe we expand to some additional ones. We've also tossed around the idea of looking at timing. So this was offered in June, but what if we back this up so that it occurred right before school started, right? So they're getting a lift right before they come back to school. Maybe that would have good impact. We want to continue the longitudinal follow-up into the school year, as I've already mentioned. We're going to continue to refine. WSU is all about quality improvement and innovation and doing what's best for kids and our students. And so we continually look at how can we do better, even though I will say we do pretty good. I'm just going to say I'm really proud of our university, but how can we continue to refine what we do in our teacher prep programs, right, to better meet the needs for our students so that they can better impact kids? We're going to work with Dr. Curtis and Mary and the KSDE team to develop a statewide implementation guide so that if other schools want to, or other districts want to do this, but maybe they don't have a university partnership, how could they maybe do this? And then look at implementation across the state for some type of literacy lab for the summer for kids, because there were some good things. Okay, so we want to say thank you, and again, thank you to all the team, because it was a heavy lift. I'm not going to lie. We spent, I got invited in December. Camp was in June. And for 6 months, every single week we were meeting. So it was a very heavy lift, but it did some really good things for those kids. So thank you. And we will open it up if anybody has any questions.
Betty.
Thank you. And thank you all for your presentation. You know, anything that makes a difference in any student is significant. But let me kind of backtrack a little bit. You mentioned the subgroup ELA, the English learners. But I noticed that the selection of schools, the 3 that participated, 2 of them are primarily in the African American community. So was ELA your largest percentage of students that attended, or was it mixed? Or I'm just trying to get an idea of how that worked.
So I'm going to let Dr. Frazee jump in here in
Okay,
a minute, but I wanted to tell you we specifically targeted schools in the 67214 zip code.
Right.
And I would say they have a very diverse student population, but I'll let
Okay.
yes, Dr. Frazee address demographics.
And we also selected students based on their scores. So they were the students who were at risk on their winter screeners, and then we confirmed that with their spring screeners as well.
Okay. Where I'm trying to go with that, and it's not a criticism at all, because I appreciate what you're doing. It's just trying to make a distinction. I realize that, the sites that you picked in 214, but when you say ELA, I'm just wondering, was a higher percentage of the students that went through that program in that subgroup?
Betty, can I ask you a question? When you say ELA, and yet with the other words you're saying, I feel like you're talking about second language, English as a second language. Is that the target you're looking at? No?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was
Okay,
confused,
that's okay.
so I was trying to
So,
track.
Are you asking if majority of our students
were ELA
needed
or
additional
did you
literacy
have
practice?
a significant percentage of African American students in the program as well?
We needed literacy as our focus more than we did with math, if that's the question. I'm also wondering if you're asking about second language learners.
Your ELA is the
English language.
English language
ELA is,
learner. Right,
is
right.
English language arts.
Right. So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to find out is the category of students that you were serving. Did you have a higher percentage in this? Was it mixed? I'm trying to get an idea of those kids that were receiving benefits of this.
We definitely had a pretty diverse group of students, from male to female. We had English language learners. We had students who were on IEPs, which is why we had our special education teachers present. And we also had English language learners, a part of our group.
Yeah, I just wonder because when you were talking about, the program and what you were seeing, the ELA students were mentioned. So I just wanted to be sure that it was a diverse category that you were meeting.
Yes.
So when you looked at the improvement, and you say there was improvement, and let me tell you what's driving this, because it's my understanding from many people in 259 area that the students that struggle the most with literacy, it's being identified as African American students. And so that's why I was asking, was there a balanced percentage of this student versus that? And when you talk about improvement, it's just overall, it's not just any subgroup, it's just of those that were attending. Is that correct?
The data that we presented are for the 25 students that attended Literacy Lab, yes.
Okay. Will you, because this is another thing that I hear, not necessarily proven, but that I hear, is that there still is a significant number of students that graduate. Now, I know that's going past your second grade, but that there still are a significant number of students that don't read, they can't read, or that the level that they're reading is subpar. And I am assuming that this is designed to target that area?
Yes, so this was designed to help build a strong foundation for our K through second grade students in preparation for graduation. So that's the exciting part about this, and these students are definitely the recipients of some really strong foundational instruction that we believe will, these are going to go into graduates, actually. And we've also made a ton of improvement in 259 with our graduation rates and students in K through 2 foundations.
So the last thing is, now, we always hear that third grade is that benchmark. Will you be tracking this to see, because they're saying third grade, if they don't know how to read, they're going to drop out or the sky's going to fall. Will you be tracking that information to see if there's some validity to that? Or I know you're saying to get an additional program, but I'm wondering, are you going to track it to see what kind of results you will see on down the road?
Yes, so for these 25 students, we will look at their fall FastBridge scores to see how much of the literacy program impacted their fall scores.
Well, I am so very happy that you're doing. I really am. I know it sounds like, oh, it sounds like it, but I really am happy because student by student, when we say each, that means all. So even if it made just a difference in those 25 kids, that's still significant. So thank you for your efforts, and I am hoping that this will pay off big time because I would love to see every kid able to read. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested to hear about the 1-minute assessment, probe.
Yes, sure. We had a few. They were just, thinking about those wheels of structured literacy. Diagnostic is one of them. So being able to ensure that our instructional decisions were data informed. So kind of looking at these key literacy skills, especially phonological awareness and in particular phonemic awareness, we really wanted to ensure that students were making really big gains in that area. So we would present kind of that 10-ish minute piece of the instructional routine, and then it was like a quick 10-question assessment. So how are you doing? Are you ready to progress to a more advanced skill, or do we need to spend more time in this particular area? Most of the time, as the teachers, especially our WSU teachers, or students rather, were becoming familiar with the routines, they maybe didn't need to probe as much. They could kind of tell as they were going through their instructional sequence, okay, the student is ready to move on, or we just need to keep hammering this, we need another day. So we had several kind of 1-minute probes. It's kind of what we would consider progress monitoring, especially in the special education world. So we were progress monitoring several different targeted skills that aligned with pre and post test, again, to ensure that we were making data-informed instructional decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that answers your question. Okay.
Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. I tell you, it was really exciting for me because I love the forward thinking of developing what I would call kind of like a lab model. And it reminded me of just the ancient ways of teaching where there is one teacher, one student, that's the pupil, the apple of their eye, and they work with them consistently to make sure they have improvement. So thank you for that. So with this clinical model, I just wondered, are the student teachers paid for their summer work? And I have like 3 or 4. You want me to ask them all now?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so are they paid? Is this incorporated into their student teaching experience so they get credit for this in addition to whatever they may have to do during the school year? And then is part of your future vision them being placed in a variety of schools so that it really becomes like a lab learning experience with existing students in schools during their current school year, not just in their summer? So those are
Yes. So I'll give you some context. So when we recruited those students, we opened it up to any student who had declared teacher education as a major. And what we found was they fell into 2 buckets. Those who were earlier in the program who had not yet taken Science of Reading 1, and then a bucket of students who were entering almost their last year. So they've taken Science of Reading 1 and they were getting ready to go into Science of Reading 2 and then student teaching. So I'm telling you that because I'm going to talk about a measure that we're piloting as well. So they did receive money. So they've received, we call it paid applied learning, because we have a grant through the Kansas Board of Regents. We had a grant that paid them to do this. Because it's a pilot program, it was not part of a course, part of their traditional internship. This was in addition to, which is exciting because it was even more practice than we already require. At Wichita State, our students complete 3 or 4 different internships across their entire program. So they are already in multiple settings and multiple schools. So we've already built that into the program. But I do want to visit a little bit. Dr. Lane and I have talked a lot about how do we measure content knowledge through coursework, through the passing of the praxis, but how do we measure application? How do we capture, can our students apply what they've learned? And so we piloted an observation form that was purely piloted, right? Like we wanted to see, does this even make sense? And we noticed some redundancies, all of the good stuff that you do when you first pilot something. And so we are making some revisions to that and going to pilot it again in this semester. But I think we're onto something, because what we found, and this was across all 3 sites, all 26 students, those who completed or who had not yet completed a science of reading course scored some in the developing range, which is like you're developing a skill set. Every single student who had completed Science of Reading 1 scored at the effective or higher level. So that course was making a difference in their ability not only to know, but to apply. So that was exciting. Did I answer your questions?
You did.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Great. Debbie?
Right. Thank you also for this, because I enjoyed it. I think I've actually seen at least some version of this in the real world, because, and she's now retired, and no relation, Nanette Potter, teacher, she had a classroom at Cheney. And I worked on an emergency substitute license, so I only got the snapshot view of this, but I loved her class. I could have, if I was allowed, sub at her classroom every day, because she did exactly this. She was the main teacher in the room. There were 3 other teachers, which I would be one as a substitute, and we had that very same thing, the one-on-one. And these were kids that were pulled from their regular language arts class and put with us one-on-one to work with them and get them to their levels so that they could go back into their classroom. So, and I only got snapshots. I don't know longitudinally how they worked with the students, but I just wanted to tell you I've seen that in action at Cheney, and or at least some version of it, and it was really quite unique. And I had my homeschool background 20 years, and I of all the language arts classes I had to sub for, I felt like her class was the most unique and effective for the kids.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to read you all my questions because you've answered most of them. What was the time? How many students? What was accomplished? My real question is, will this program be adaptable to include 3rd graders in the coming future? And was it book versus computer learning, or was it a mixture? Thank you.
Okay, so I think the first 3 we had already answered, like time. So Dr. Curtis did want me to highlight the enrichment part of the afternoon. So originally when KSDE came to me, they were like, hey, we're going to do this morning literacy lab. And I was like, I think that's going to be a barrier to some families, because who can leave work midday and go pick up a child? And so we worked with community nonprofits to provide the afternoon enrichment, which was a nice community buy-in piece. So, and I told the nonprofits, we have no money, so you have to have your own funding, but you can come. And so across all 3 sites, we had some nonprofits come in and provide that enrichment time in the afternoon. So in terms of expanding to 3rd grade, like I said, this was a pilot year, and we just were like, let's pick. And so we picked. Dr. Frazee and I have visited because 25 students for the children was low. Like, we were aiming for about 30 to 45 per site. And so we tried to brainstorm about what barriers might have been in place. Why didn't we get the enrollment that we were targeting, knowing that we had transportation, we had a full day schedule, you know? And so we think that maybe if you think about the families of K2 students, oftentimes they have a 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade student as well, and yet we didn't offer camp for them. And so we've talked about maybe this needs to be a K5 day where the nonprofits can take the 4th and 5th graders all day, and then we can do the literacy lab with K2 or K3 students in the morning, and then they can go over and join the siblings. And that way we're providing additional support for the entire family, not just the younger readers. Oh, and technology, no, there was no technology. The students read books. Yes, the only technology was a smart board that was used, some for like morning circle time and maybe some for the knowledge building section, but the students were not on devices.
I'm wondering, at the end or even at the beginning, were you ever able to have parent conversations and talk about what you saw in the children's students?
I would say, unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Because, again, trying to remove a barrier of transportation, a lot of the students
rode
a bus. Now, I will say, one of the things that 259 provided was a site coordinator for each site who, in all three instances was an administrator at that building. And so there was a lot of parent contact in the recruitment process because we were recruiting students from that home school. And so there was a lot of communication there. But during camp itself, most of the children rode the bus. And so there was, we'd send home newsletters and that kind of thing, but no true parent interaction. I would love to see, and I know that 259 is working on almost a parent literacy lab during the school year that would be provided in the evening time, and I'm looking forward to what kind of impact that might have.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you. This was great, you guys. Truly, thank you so much. It'll be really interesting to see what we can do from here.
I wanted to give Dr. Lane an opportunity to talk because there were a lot of learners in this. We had our students that were K2. We had, when I sat in on the debrief at the end, it's just the conversations that were occurring between the WSU students, the 259 teachers, everybody. It was just really exciting. But I think one of the important learners were those students at WSU, and I wanted to thank Dr. Lane and have her close the remarks.
Absolutely.
I want you to stay here because I want to thank Dr. Curtis, who was the drumbeat from a year ago, every week, keeping us on task. And her closing statements were always, what do you need? How can we help? This is extraordinary leadership focused on what's best for kids. So I thank you for that.
Yes.
Yeah. So we are really, the Blueprint for Literacy is really honored to be part of this work. When Commissioner Watson said we need to do something for our children who are scoring high risk on the screeners, we've got to do something to put together a model that might be able to be replicated, not just in summer, but across the school day. So I want to have you focus on a couple of takeaways from this project. This is what happens when we all step into the arena together, focused on two things: how to ensure every child learns to read, and how to empower and equip educators with the skills they need for success. So it is really, this is a dream team. There was no, or I don't think so, coming from the team. It was, yes, let's find a way forward. So we were very interested in supporting the young children, of course, the littles, if you will, but also want to make sure that we are preparing rising educators with deep skills so that they are competent in the skills they need to effectively deliver structured literacy on day one.
100%.
So we have practicum experiences, but this experience was taking us from snorkeling across the top of the water to deep diving, scuba diving, so that there was just on-the-spot feedback from experts in literacy, from experts that are letters trained, helping to support our emerging educators. It could not be a stronger practicum experience. Last thing I want to do is tie this together with HB 2485. In that bill is a requirement for individual literacy plans for children in K2 who score high risk. These kids would be those children, right? There's a requirement for 90 minutes a week of intensive intervention tied to the core curriculum. What is clear is that you don't want them going down the hall to do something not tied to the curriculum. So this was a model of that. They were all in grade level curriculum and getting exactly what they need. So it ties to the practicum requirements that we're looking, how do we deepen those? All of this is within the bill, but the reality is it's in the hearts and minds of these educators who are committed to do whatever it takes. And our universities are right there. Any school district that wants to consider this, a university partner will step up and step into the arena because it's an amazing experience for the children, for the K-12 teachers, for the faculty. So I'm just really grateful that we had a chance to support this work.
Yeah, thank you. Real quick.
Before you leave, for you.
Ms. Arnold, I was hoping to get away without your question.
Inches from a clean getaway.
All right.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
quick question, because I know that all that summertime loss is huge.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really would be very interested when you compare to when these kids go back to school, the difference in those versus those that, just to see if even a short period of time can make a difference. Because I think that would be such a huge selling point, you know, is it just because of summertime? will these kids then give way because they still have the time, or are you on to a silver bullet? So I'd love to hear what the results are on that.
You know, I know that there are no silver bullets. There's a whole collection of
Well,
those things we
a
need to do.
bullet.
So we'd be glad to bring that data back to you. You heard the team say that they're considering a jump start, so it starts right before school so that kids have that learning and are ready to go. We also need to be thinking about how to continue the opportunity for this one-on-one intensive tutoring using university students for their learning too. So we'd be glad to keep an ongoing conversation with you and figure out ways with our partners across the street. How do we provide funding to sustain this kind of work? If we're serious about 90% or more of our children being proficient, we need to have intensive work for those children who are not yet there.
Yep. And I'm just going to say the picture of the snorkeling versus scuba diving is going to stick.
Okay, good.
I think you should have had the goggles and the
Next
tank.
time.
And
Next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was really good to hear. So appreciate that. And thank you for all your hard work in the summertime. Okay, moving right along. Dr. Harwood, federal funds. Yeehaw.
Good afternoon. Actually, a couple more times this afternoon, we'll talk about things that happened in the last legislative session that are still work we're doing. In this case, House Bill 2618 and 2513 both required the same report. This is a report about federal funds. The thing I think is really important for everybody to understand is that there are no new funds available in this. And we did email this to you on Friday because that report is really hard to read because the print is really small. So there are no new funds, and there is no real new information in this report. It is just a new report we have to do. In this case, there's nothing that the state board has to do. We just, this is a report that we had to send into the legislature and just wanted you to be aware of it. Now, Gabby will take a couple minutes to just explain what's there and how she put it together.
At a much shorter mic height. Okay, so Frank covered that this is legislative required. Usually if you see me, it's a good indication that the legislature is requiring you to do something. So again, this information is already included in our budget. Both of those bills require that we submit this information an additional 2 times every year. So we envision next time we have to submit this report around the January time period that we'll send it to you again for you to take a look at, but we'll kind of go over it in a little bit more detail this time. So I know the report itself is hard to read. We did send it electronically, so hopefully that will be helpful. But generally, what this is covering is all of the federal funds that KSDE accepts and then sends on to school districts. The vast majority of those, about 98%, are formula grants. So there is a defined formula that determines what every state will get. We accept those funds, and then in those cases, there's typically also an administrative set-aside that allows those state agencies to set aside a little bit of that money for the cost it takes to administer the programs. You'll see one grant program that's a little bit different this year. I think it's called ARPA SPED, so ARPA SPED on that spreadsheet. That was a little bit of money left over for ARPA for a specific purpose that will be one time. And then the rest of the funding is competitive grants. So those may be recurring competitive grants that we will apply for, or they may have just been one-time projects. The last column of that spreadsheet is really the only information we weren't already providing to the legislature, and that just says what we will do if the funding stops. So for those formula grants, the answer is really going to be the same, since that is such a large pot of money for those programs like title services, special education, and then all of our school nutrition programs. Really, if the funding were to stop at the federal level, those services could not continue. That's not an amount of money that we could just backfill. The answers will be a little bit different for those other kinds of grants, like competitive grants. Some of them we are taking on with the understanding that they're one time for a short-term project. The other, we just kind of say is, as they're available, we will continue to apply for them. So that is really the summary of that report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions I can answer, and then I have Dr. Hess with me for any questions I can't.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are these numbers, it says July 2026, are they an annual set of numbers, or are they like monthly? Are you giving these reports monthly, or what are you doing?
No, so the requirement in the bill is July and January. So I put that date at the bottom for my own memory too. You know, when they have a question on them, we want to make sure we have the right date.
And is it possible, I don't know if the other board members, but if you have this like on the computer so I can control find?
Yes,
that
it'll
would
be in your.
so great to get.
It's in your email.
It was sent
Oh, it
out
is?
last
Oh.
week, so it's
Then
in
I
your
missed
inbox.
it, sorry.
I'm
My
guessing it's
apologies.
buried, but
Well,
it is
I
in
only
there.
look at my KSDE email like once or maybe twice a week, so.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. That printed out, it is very tiny, so you should have that as well.
And we have received the answer to the CGSA acronym, Competitive Grant for State Assessments. There you go. Acronym answered. Yes, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabriella, the dismantling of the Department of Ed, has that changed anything that you see? I mean, it's what you receive, where it's coming from different departments instead of Department
At
of Ed
this
now,
point,
federal?
No. All of the formula grants, I mean, in the long term, the name of who it is sending the money to us may change in the long term, but thus far, I don't think we've seen any changes in receiving or distributing that money.
Yeah, there was a lot of anxiety about that, I think. But so it similar, just different titles or head departments.
The only funding that has moved away from the Department of Education is Perkins, and it went to the Department of Labor, I think. Everything else is still going through the Department of Education, so none of that has changed, and we just got notification last week that it will still go through the same grant management software.
Gotta watch the headlines because sometimes they just grab info and it's not really happening. I think the most that's happened at the Department of Ed is less workers. I don't think anything's been dismantled, to use that word. Does that make sense?
If I understand, I mean, yeah, from the news, cycle, you get the feeling like as if some of this stuff is going to go away, but it seems to just be transferred or whatever to somebody else that's managing it. And that's the impression.
Yeah, and
that
all the formula
correct
grants
impression?
are currently forward funded through the coming fiscal year, so we don't anticipate any changes at this point unless we hear otherwise.
That's good.
Okay. Seeing no other names on the board, I think we're good. Thank you for bringing this to us. So you have to give it twice a year. It's not new information, it's a new way you're reporting it, correct?
That's correct. So
Yeah.
July and January, we will send this to the legislature. So around that time, we will send it to your email inbox again. The only new piece of information is that last column, that the answer is generally the same, but there were a couple exceptions this time.
And in this process, they actually took away some reports, right?
Yes.
You guys. were
I'm
able
very
to-
excited about it.
I
We had some
know.
districts excited about it too.
So, good things did come. That was good. Thank you. Okay. I think we're all good. Well, hello. How are you? Ms. Catherine?
Hello, hello.
All right.
Madam Chair, Commissioner,
going to
members of the
have-
board, thank you for letting me come before you. I have for you a receive item of the Evaluation Review Committee's recommendations from their July meeting. Just a reminder. Oh, good, the automation works. Just a reminder of the program review process. Each license program submits a report documenting how they are meeting the standards for that specific license area. A committee of content experts reviews that and gives preliminary feedback. They get a reply as needed. That final team report goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, which is a standing committee of the Professional Standards Board. It is comprised of 4 P12 educators, 4 P12 administrators, 4 higher ed administrators, and 1 at-large member. They make a vote on those recommendations. The college program has the option to accept or request a hearing to provide more information. That wraps up however it wraps up, and I bring the recommendations to you.
I don't think I've ever asked you this question. How much time is involved When you talk about those people who are all involved from those different segments, how much time do these lovely people who do this for free?
They spend a lot of time on it. It really depends on each individual program, how well it's written, and the reviewer's experience reading all that material and puzzling through it. Some of the experienced folks will talk about spending, 6 or 8 hours reading it all before they meet. So it can be a bit.
Appreciate their dedication.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have for you recommendations for continuing programs for Bethany College, biology, advanced mathematics, instrumental music, vocal music, and physical education, all recommended for continuing approval with all standards met, no areas of concern. For Newman University, continuing programs, biology, traditional elementary, and then they also offer an elementary track at the master's level that is a limited residency program where they are teaching in the classroom while they are learning pedagogy. Secondary history and speech theater, all recommended for approval with all standards met, no areas of concern. For Ottawa University, a proposed new program of a restricted program. This is where somebody has a degree in a content area. Maybe they have a degree in history and they want to teach history in high school. So they find a position doing that while they take the education theory and methods from a university. So that is recommended as a new program for 2 years, renewable for a third until they start admitting folks, and then they submit a program progress report where they document any changes, and that comes back before you to go on to a continuing program cycle. And then also for Ottawa, continuing programs, art, an elementary program, elementary unified, and English for speakers of other languages, all recommended with all standards met, no areas of concern. And more for Ottawa, secondary math, music, and physical education. Again, all standards met and no areas of concern. Do you have questions on any of those?
Lots going on.
If I can, real quick, acknowledge all of the volunteers that make this work possible for you.
Yes, please do.
So last academic year, everyone that agrees to serve on a team or a committee to look at a program, look at an accreditation, revise standards, I write it down. And I had 457 separate volunteer entries. If their group meets twice, that's not reflected in that. 280 individuals, meaning a lot of people do this more than once in a single academic year. They looked at 5 separate accreditations, 44 programs, 14 different standards areas, and 2 reviews, or review trainings. So real quick, A through B, it's B through C, C through G, G through I through L through N through S through W, and W through Z.
Well, our heartfelt thanks to each and every one of them for doing that. That's amazing, and we appreciate it. I saw a few names that I know from the Professional Standards Board, so I know they're busy people. Thank you very much. We'll see you next month. Okay, well, we're up against a break, so we will go ahead and take that and be back in 10 minutes at 2:33. seem to be missing in action board members, several board members.
Potter is at the bathroom. She did say she was running really quick.
Did Betty actually walk in?
She walked that direction.
Okay, we will go ahead and get started. It's 2:34, so. Dr. Hartwood,
All right,
welcome back.
I'm back to
Long
talk
time no
about
see.
another bill. And this one is House Bill 2534. It was actually 3 bills put together. The first part was about at-risk accountability plans, which we'll come back in the fall with because we've already been working with districts about that. There's another one about fentanyl education. One of the things that we have to do on that is look at our curriculum to make sure that fentanyl is part of our drug education. So if there is a requirement, if we need to change the standards, then we would come back to the state board. Otherwise, we would just provide information to districts. And then the last part is the Students Safe at School Act. And so this one does not require any action by the state board. It is only KSDE was required to come up with guidance about active shooter drills. And so we have to have that guidance out, I think by October 1st. And so John Calvert is here to give you some information about it. Again, this is not something that the state board needs to approve. We just wanted you to be aware of it as we get ready to send it out to districts. So I will turn it over to John.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you today. Again, this is just for your information. I feel like if we're going to push something out as a department, you guys should be able to see it, ask questions, because you guys are going to be the ones who probably may field these questions. And so if any part, feel free to push them to our department at the Safe and Secure Schools. The highlights on this bill basically state what I'm going to tell you all comes from legislation. So we collaborated at a federal level. I want to make sure that I push out that we talked to the National Association of School Resource Officers. We talked to the National Association of School Psychologists, Safe and Sound Schools, Sandy Hook Promise, from the state level, because I definitely want to make sure we get good federal guidance, but also what's going to work here in Kansas. So we also talked to the Kansas Association of School Psychologists and the Kansas Juvenile Officers Association when we were creating this guidance and what is going on and where you're from your lens. School safety, we've said it now, I've been here almost 8 years, and we've said it for almost 8 years. School safety is not a one-person job, it's an everybody job. And so knocking down those silos, I like to use the drawbridge analogy. We're in our castles. Instead of raising our drawbridge, let's lower the drawbridge and start working together with everybody. And so that's who we've talked to. The main guidelines is that every parent now will receive a 24-hour notification prior to an active shooter drill. So whatever methods our schools have to push out information to parents, they need to do that at least 24 hours prior to the active shooter drill. This also comes with an opt-out form. So our students, our families who say, I don't want to participate in this, they have the ability to opt out. Once they opt out, they should be removed from the situation, taken to another location, and taught in some way, whether that be via video, whether that be just a tabletop or talking through the basics of this is what's going on. Also with this, it says in the bill that our grades kindergarten through 5 shall not participate in active shooter drills. So this is going to be a big change for all of our schools because K through 5 no longer should be doing active shooter drills. They can again learn through tabletop exercises, talking through, having the educator, the adult in the room go through and say, hey, if something bad were to happen, we want to go over here. But no longer will we be doing active shooter drills K through 5.
Can
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Insert real quick, because in your guidelines, I actually see a K-8 shall not participate. So I just wanted to clarify.
I appreciate that, and I will clarify right now. So where you are looking is the active shooter simulations.
Simulation.
Which is different than an active shooter drill. And I'll just define them so there's no further confusion. The bill specifies that a active shooter drill is the emergency preparedness exercise designed to inform instructors or instruct students, teachers, school personnel, and other staff members on how to respond if an armed intruder is on campus or an armed assailant is in the immediate vicinity of the school. That's what an active shooter is, an active shooter drill is. And again, that is K through 5 can no longer participate in those. That is a 6 through 12. An active shooter simulation is an emergency exercise. We in the law enforcement emergency management world, we call those full-scale exercises. And so an emergency exercise designed to inform, instruct teachers, school personnel, or other staff members on how to respond to an armed assailant or an armed assailant in the vicinity of the schools. These simulations go beyond the active shooter drills. So these are the ones where you have your law enforcement responses, where you might have blanks being fired off or simunition rounds being done. And there are the guidelines there. K-8 shall not participate. If grades 9 through 12 want to participate, they will not be required. Again, this is going to be an opt-in. This is that world of law enforcement versus education. The active shooter simulations are fantastic for our law enforcement, our first responders, fire, medical, not so much for our school-aged children. And so our considerations from our unit has always been do these in the summer when there's no students present. Have your law enforcement agencies and your first responders go into the school that way. And even just walking around, getting familiar with your local schools and your hallways and where these things are is so beneficial. Part of my job when I was a school resource officer was every new officer or deputy that came onto the department walked with me through every one of our schools, and I was able to point things out and say, hey, this is what this hallway is, this is what this is for. And so those are going to be the definitions and the differences. The main thing that we want to push out is that we want to do these in trauma-informed ways. We don't want to scare people. We don't want to have a freak-out moment. We literally want to lower the amount of trauma as humanly possible. So through the notifications to parents, the 24-hour heads up, when we go to announce a drill, there's not going to be a surprise drill. We don't want surprise drills. To go through that and say, hey, in 30 seconds, we're going to go into a lockdown drill. It is only a drill. And the way that we communicate to our staff and the way that we communicate to our students can play a huge part in lowering that trauma. With that, in the bill, it does say that we can provide additional considerations. The additional considerations that we have put out there is that all staff should be trained once every 3 years. Because of the movement of not only our staff members, but our children as well, every new staff member should be trained in some way as part of the onboarding. Again, this is not a mandate. This is only a consideration for our schools to consider when making their own guidelines. As Dr. Harwood said, a lot of what this is basically this is going to go on our website on or before October 1st. That then allows the local district to adopt their own guidelines, get their own guidelines for active shooter drills, and then have those approved by their local Board of Education. We've gotten lots of questions, lots of phone calls and emails already, which I welcome. This is, again, not a one-person job. And so I encourage any school district who has questions to reach out to us, and we will help kind of walk through and maneuver this bill and the guidelines that are out there. Those are the high points, if you will, but if you have any questions, I am willing to stand for them.
So one thing I do want to add is that districts are still required to do a certain number of crisis drills. Active shooter drills are one type of crisis drill. They will continue to do those. They have to do so many fire drills and so many tornado drills. But the other things are like hold in place, where you have a medical emergency where you're keeping people in there. All of those still happen. Those don't require 24 hours notice like the active shooter drills do. Some of those drills actually have very similar instructions to active shooter drills. A hold in place drill where you're locking the doors and moving, or a tornado drill where you're going to a secure location. The biggest thing is that students get used to following instructions. So I just don't want people to think that we're saying that there should be no crisis drills. Crisis drills are still required. this is only about active shooter drills or active shooter simulations. Everything else is still kind of out there.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would be concerned with, like as far as a fire drill, most of the time you're going to have the fire department. They're going to be there I mean, a fire could happen, right? So there's somebody there that's overseeing it and make sure you're doing it correctly from the fire department. Somebody from a.
No, typically a regular fire drill, some districts or some schools do invite a fire truck to be there, but you would have that typically without that. You actually set your fire alarm and notify them just in case it goes to them anyway that we're going to be doing a drill. So it'd be unlikely that there would be a fire.
So I feel like an active shooter is totally different than because that could actually happen the next day when you're thinking I'm opting my kid out. I have to opt him out to only 24 hours, but then the adults are being notified of that. The kids certainly aren't being notified of that correctly, or am I correct on that? Because I feel like something could happen, and then you're like, okay, now it's really an active situation.
Correct.
And we're doing this 24 hours in advance. We're giving time to, I don't know. I just feel like I have to think about.
So our guidance would be, we do have to give at least a 24-hour heads up. So this notification of, and I'm sorry, I'm going to check my phone just so I can be completely accurate. Today's August 11th. So, hey, parents, families, community members, we're going to have an active shooter drill on August 13th. We don't need to name a specific time, but hey, there is going to be a heads up. We're giving you even more than 24-hour heads up. We don't need to name a specific time. And so that way, when we go and start doing this, the hope is that we can practice correctly without the trauma. But I absolutely understand your concerns of what if somebody really wants to come and do this? This was straight out of the language of the bill, and so we have to comply with that in our guidance. So there are ways that we can work around that and help kind of make it vague so that we feel a little more confident in our plans.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under number 3, parent guardian, I'm kind of concerned if advance notice cannot be provided, notice shall be given within 24 hours after conclusion of the drill. That to me is unacceptable. Just base it on that. Because my kid comes home, they're all weird because for some reason I don't know why.
Absolutely. So again, this is straight out of the language of the bill. Our considerations will always be no surprise drills. If you forget to give the parent notification, then let's delay the drill a day or two so that we can get the proper notification. I can't think in my head of a specific situation where we're going to do a drill and we're not going to notify, but maybe something happened with an email or a notification blast that we really didn't know. We blasted it out, but it got caught up in a firewall or something happened. But our considerations will always be, if you forget and it's somebody's job to click that send button, we didn't do it, that's okay. Let's just push that drill back then. Because again, we want to have transparency. We want to have that notification so that our parents can talk to our kids and have that ability to opt out.
Debbie? Oh, Jim has a question? Okay, we'll go with Jim real quick. Jim? Can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry. Is he on Teams or Zoom?
Teams.
Can you hear me now?
There he is. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to point out, we had this same discussion at the emergency safety intervention about contacting parents in advance. And our reasoning, the concern there was not that the school forgot or didn't do it. It's that there are some parents that cannot be contacted. You know, they don't have a telephone, they don't have an email address. And so that may be what that is about. There's the possibility that you had to give that notice afterwards in case you tried several times and didn't have a way to contact the parent.
Right. Hear you. Debbie,
That was just a clarification thing.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on that, I heard you use the term opt-in, which I didn't know that you meant it or not, but opt-in sounds like that would take care of that. To Michelle's point, I had not even thought of that. I would land more instead of being general, like anytime this day, at 11 o'clock, this is what's happening because that person who might take advantage of the school, assuming that their actual bad behavior was mistaken for yours, they wouldn't probably do that if you said at 11 o'clock we're having a drill, because at 11 o'clock there's going to be a lot of probably people who are very armed, there to protect the kids. I'm just saying I would probably land, but that wasn't I'm following up on everybody else, but my question is, because we've had this conversation, I thought was very interesting to me. It's something that I didn't really have a dog in the fight, but the idea that teachers, there is the ability, I don't think we have any districts in Kansas, but they do have the ability to allow their teachers to conceal carry. In time, are you going to be able to incorporate that for the schools where I would think that your drills would be different if you know that there are teachers that are concealed carrying in a school versus schools that don't have concealed carry in place?
Thank you for the question. So for this bill, the guidelines are going to be what the bill says. Our additional considerations and things that we have talked to our districts about regarding conceal and carry is how are our people getting licensed? How are our staff members training? Are they training by themselves? Are they training with the school? Can we bring in the local law enforcement? Because again, as law enforcement, if I come in, I need to make sure that I know who is who and who is allowed to carry. And if they're going to put on a vest so that we can identify them better, things like that. So with the conceal and carry, there's a whole nother bag of considerations that we need to talk about and work through to make sure that it's safe, not only for our kids, but for the staff members.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the information. Greatly appreciated. And I could see us getting some.
Absolutely. And again, feel free to reach out to me, to forward community members to me. I welcome the conversation. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. I stepped into John's summit thing at the conference for a little bit, and it was really interesting. And I did not know he had been an SRO officer himself, so that was good to learn. And it was a lot of fun as well as very, very informative. So just kudos. Thank you. Okay, up next. Hello again.
Hi, Gabby.
Frank is handing out a version of the form for you to look at. Before we get started, we did have some questions last time that I wanted to clarify off the bat. This is a requirement of the legislature. Again, this was not something that the state board initiated. This is to comply with a budget proviso, so this will be in place for 1 year while that budget proviso is in place. But I think there was some confusion about who initiated this process. So
yes, it was.
Last month, we had some questions and then we got some feedback. So Frank and I did go back and take a look at the language in House Bill 2513. And to clarify this time, your motion will look different than last month if you're comparing the two. So the state board's responsibility in this is adjudication. So the motion you'll see this month is very specific, and it's to designate the Office of General Counsel as the one to investigate these complaints. KSDE's role in this is to establish the procedure. So the things like the form and taking the complaints, KSDE will take on, and the state board will get the results of the investigation and take action if there needs to be action. So while you will not approve the form, we did take that feedback from last month, and there is an additional sentence in that second paragraph, the last sentence. We did try to add some language that the complainant will be kept confidential to the extent allowable. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity that on KSDE's intent there. But the motion we're coming back and requesting you to take action on this month is whether or not the general counsel office within KSDE will be the one to investigate these complaints. So KSDE did want to clarify that our plan is to create a web page for individuals to have as a landing page where they can get some more information on the instructions to file a complaint. Currently, my name is on the form as the one to return it to. If the general counsel is approved as the investigator, those forms, our intent would be that they go to the general counsel so that they can investigate that. But we will also include some contact information on that web page if they have questions. So at this point, I would be happy to take questions on the motion we're requesting this month.
Debbie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would have liked to let the whole board know that I actually worked 2 days on this. These are all my thoughts. ChatGPT did clean it up and make it, but I was very, very disturbed about the way everything went down with the teacher licensing, the PPC thing, and I felt what we needed is some more standard procedure, and that was left in the hands of the general counsel, the teacher disciplinary action last month. And I did not see any sense of, over the last, I've been watching this for 4.5, 5 years now. I'm not seeing a consistency. So I had actually written out a procedure that would cause it to be very consistent. And everybody should have gotten a copy of this. Did the other board members get this? Okay, good. So on the motion that I had put together, it actually had this in it because KSDE would do it. As far as I've been told that KSDE's going to be responsible for making the policy. I'd have to study that a little bit more.
It's in the language of the proviso.
Right, I'm going to have to study it a little bit more because I would like to ask our legal counsel if that's in harmony with the constitutional requirements of the position of this board. Is, I think, to set policy and procedure.
Okay, this is a process, not a policy. It's legislative action in the House bill, which was the budget for KSDE, that clearly states that the agency shall establish a complaint process and the board shall adjudicate any complaints.
Okay, so you're saying the process for receiving the complaint, but I was not told that earlier. I was told that the KSDE would also do the procedure for how the complaint is handled. And in this proposed motion I had, what I was trying to do is take into some of the considerations that I had, that I was disturbed by how the PPC things have gone down with the disciplinary of the teachers. That's a huge elephant, but this was smaller. And so here, I'll just read that. My motion was, I move that the State Board of Education adopt the following procedure for responding to complaints involving student walkouts pursuant to House Bill 2513 and related reporting requirements of House Bill 2618. The Commissioner of Education shall designate a Kansas State Department of Education staff member to receive complaints, conduct factual investigations while protecting the identity of the complainant, prepare written findings of fact, and present those findings to the State Board of Education for adjudication at a regular board meeting within 45 days. I think that took care of a lot of the issues that Dr. Steele brought up in his, and I just would like to get a little feedback from our legal counsel if this is appropriate. I can hand that to you.
That's not the way legal opinions are rendered to the board on the fly, on a memo, like, something like this. I don't think. And secondly, if I'm giving a legal opinion to the board as to a legal procedure, I wouldn't be communicating that to the public, and I'd be doing that in a different format, either in a memo or executive session. So, and then thirdly, I'd just say that's the kind of thing I think would be best coordinated through the commissioner or the board leadership in terms of trying to do something like that, just without any notice.
Well, as a board member, I'd like to participate in this process, and I haven't really found the way to be able to participate in it as a board of the whole. I'm looking for that avenue to do this as a board of the whole.
And we're trying to obey the law that was written
this
and
obeys
passed. That KSDE, the agency, shall use their resources and expenditure made by them to establish a complaint process and penalty for any public school district.
Right, my
Then-
motion includes them.
Then we don't need a motion because there's a law that says that.
Well, we have a motion here, we have a motion here. Yeah, we do need a motion, or they wouldn't have a suggested motion in the, I tell you what, I'm just gonna make this proposed motion because it's everything you wanted, plus it takes care of some of the things that I'm concerned about, the time frame, that there's a consistent, we're not just saying, "Yep, general counsel's gonna handle it," and there is absolutely no procedure in place as we're making this motion to say that it's just a blank check. That's what it is. And so you can see that there's, I think, 10 steps. I want to submit this for the minutes, if that's allowed in the minutes or not, but submit it for anybody in the public who wants to see it. And so I'm going to make this motion that I just read already. So,
yes.
Madam Chair, just because it seems to be that when the shoe's on the other foot, we get called out for a point of order here, but this is an action item that has been discussed in prior meetings, and it's been presented as a form, and it's been presented by the subject matter experts within the agency. So I don't think it's appropriate to make a motion that's essentially including changing regulations or statutes. If that is something for the board to consider, then it should go through the process, be received, receive item, look at, analyzed, and then perhaps voted on. This isn't just a minor change in a motion. So that I want to call that out. I don't think that it should even. I guess technically technically under the policy, it would require setting aside a board policy to take action during the same month that something was presented, and that would be my interpretation on something this radical.
all right, then I'll amend my motion to say I'd like to table this until next month, where people have a chance to review this proposed motion that I would make in lieu of the recommended motion.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
We're looking for a second. Looking for a second on the motion to.
Okay. Looking for.
Her motion would need a second. Not the subject of the motion, but the procedural request to table the motion.
To table the situation for another month. Okay. Do I have a second? Connie? All in favor of, in my opinion, setting aside statute and procedures that are in play for something that was dropped on us in the moment without, I had no prior knowledge, Commissioner had no prior knowledge. So I am simply saying, that's the motion. Where's the vote?
Before you vote, may I
Yes.
ask a question? Is there a deadline for implementation of what you presented? Because typically when we talk
We have
about
a school year
moving
getting ready to
something, I
start.
just want to make sure there wasn't anything that needed, by statute, that I hadn't considered, that you need to have the form pushed out.
So this one does not have an explicit deadline.
Okay.
I would say if we got a complaint between now and when action was taken by the board, there wouldn't be a process in place. So I think we would just, I don't know that we have a form to take the complaint. So all of that information would just come to the board, and the board would need to conduct an investigation without KSDE's involvement.
Which is not what this says. Okay. Yeah.
So our vote is to table?
I think the issue would be is that KSD by law could go ahead and put together a procedure. Because that was what the law said. If a complaint came forward and KSD took the complaint by the procedure that we had, then it would go to the board for investigation because you have not then appointed another investigator. There is not a timeline under which the investigation has to take place. So we could inform the complainant that we just won't get to it until after the board acts in September, if that's the way things went to go forward. So there's no timelines in the law. There's nothing that says that you have to actually adjudicate it before, I mean, you need to get it done before June 30th of 2027.
And as that reminder, this is a proviso in a budget, so it's a one-year situation as well. Dennis?
Yeah, if there's not a safety issue, I'm okay with it, tabling it. And that gives us some time to
Okay.
figure all
Michelle?
this out. So did we have a second on
Yes.
the motion? Okay.
Michelle?
So even if we were to vote yes today, we could always go back and amend or or fine tune or do that. Could we come back and do that at a later point in time as a board?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Like get something in place so that you have, as it's been presented to us today, and fine tune.
So I think if the board wanted to make adjustments to who they were designating, that's really the only motion at hand. KSDE is taking responsibility of the procedure to collect the information. So like Frank said, if today's motion were to go through to table it, KSDE could take the information. There just wouldn't be anyone to investigate on the board's behalf, so the board would have to do that.
Okay. All in favor of tabling to look at what Debbie has presented for next month? All in favor? All opposed? Jim is there as well. Okay, 3-7, that fails. So the motion before us is to appoint the general counsel office. Where did I lose that at? Yeah, the Office of General Counsel as the hearing officer as KSDE brings in the complaint or processes the complaints that may come for student walkouts. So I do need a motion, yes, ma'am. Unless somebody else has something, comments, I guess, but we can still make a motion and second and have comments after. So let's just move on. Betty?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education appoint the KSDE Office of General Counsel as the hearing officer.
And second? Beryl? All in favor? All opposed? Present not voting? Okay, 8-1-1, that moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Oh, where are we? I have no idea. Okay, Dr. Scott, we're going to act on the life and employability skills for our special purpose schools.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam
Hello,
Chair,
sir. How
Vice
are
Chair, State Board members, Dr. Steele. It is National Sons and Daughters Day. So we've been doing a lot of celebrating of that, which I think is great at the board. We've got Dr. Steele's kids and some friends. You got authorization. You got our Civics B champion.
I know.
Wasn't she impressive?
It was impressive.
We had students taking a structured literacy camp, right? So just a lot to celebrate. So National Sons and Daughters Day. I think to me it reminds us why we do this work. It reminds us of the immense responsibility we have to support people who are entrusted with our sons and daughters. At the same time, it's also back to school month. And so I think sometimes parents are celebrating that the kids are going back to school in addition to being their sons and daughters. So, but with that, yes, it's an action item on life and employability skills assessment as an alternative metric for accreditation purposes, alternative to high school graduation rates for accreditation purposes only in our special purpose schools. So I think, when we talk about life and employability skills, those exhibited by Ms. Ramesh today, those are universal skills. Obviously, she's got those in abundance. And so those are the same universal skills that we'd like to see in all of our students. And I think the results of this assessment could actually give you a better picture of what that student knows and can do as opposed to maybe a high school diploma.
anybody have any questions, comments before we act on? We've seen this a couple of times. We are here to.
Michelle, you have?
Yeah, Dennis?
I'm just going to use an example that I think is relevant. Clelia McCrory, who worked with CTE and did a lot of work in granting and stuff like that, she worked with some underprivileged children in my district and was able to help them, develop some kind of a skill where they were actually credentialed or they got some kind of certificate to get into the workforce. And I see that kind of as a model for what we're talking about. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, these are universal skills, so they're not specific to maybe a specific job like a certification, but they are kind of like that primary set of skills that you would need to then enter into, hey, I'm going to move into this certificate for welding or some other type of CTE program.
What got my attention with her stories was kids that seemed to be failing in the academic world actually had something that they were able to give back to society. And one was a CNA, I remember that, and still employed, I think, after 10, 12 years, 15 years, whatever, and doing well. And I think that's just, that's what we should be looking for and doing everything we can to help someone who maybe would, just fall through the cracks and not find that place of employment or skill and be, dependent on somebody. So.
And just to make sure, Dennis, like this is specific to.
Yes.
Okay.
I get it. I get
Okay.
it. I'm trying to kind of tie the two things together, but I think
Gotcha.
the effort
Okay.
is similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I can appreciate this.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Got just a little bit of pushback when I was doing some research on this and asking specifically with those schools. The concern with the life skills and employment assessments, I feel like they don't accurately represent some of the abilities, don't align with those that are very capable and need more rigor and things like that. They feel like maybe they just want to make sure that those kids that this is in the school are not. It's kind of like they're in those schools and they're very capable and need that academic challenge and rigor, and they want to make sure that this isn't going to overshadow that, and then those kids are going to, because these are kids that are feeling this frustration that they're not getting that rigor that they feel like in the content richness and that's going on. They feel like the focus is on that.
Yeah, point well taken. I think that was why we got the group together and we did this work together. So there was agreement that these were universal life and employability skills. And I would argue that when you look at some of those that are listed, it's all that we as adults aspire to. They are truly universal. Now, at the school level, this is a really important piece of this, underneath the standards, what we'll call the skills, right? The skill statement, the school determines the appropriate indicators of what a student would do or be able to share their knowledge in that's relevant to that school and that student's activity. So if you've got the Kansas School for the Deaf who's saying these are lower standards, well, first of all, you're in charge of setting the indicators for your students. So each special purpose school is charged with developing indicators, again, appropriate for their students. And again, I don't think we could argue that they're not universal, but I would argue that they are. And again, everybody was at the table and had a chance to weigh in and say these are truly universal.
So would you say it's a framework and then each school, I mean, just like KEYS is a framework, it's a framework and then each school applies for that school, and maybe even for that child?
Yeah.
What's expected?
Yes.
Is that closer?
So to a certain degree, you can't get down to the individual student.
So it's going to be across.
But framework is probably a good term for what we would really talk about, standards, right? These are skills. These are observable skills. And then underneath those skills, schools have the discretion to say, these are the indicators, the behaviors that we're looking for when we're looking for that skill in our students.
And I think to remember that this is simply for the purposes of KESA graduation rates.
Correct.
For these schools, it's this assessment instead of a graduation rate.
Yes.
For them to be measured by, because their population is different. So we're not taking away from graduations and the requirements thereof. We're talking about assessing for KESA accreditation what's happening within those schools. Does that?
And so maybe as a board to a couple of these schools that were kind of like their acting board because they don't have a local board.
Yes.
The next thing I got from someone is as far as being an assessor, they feel like the concerns about the reliability and the validity of some of the responses weren't. This is person that is assessing. So I think they're thinking there's a lot of subjectivity into that when you're talking about skills and things like that. That gets a little bit like not what you know, not the content, which that's more measurable, I think, than trying to define somebody's skills, whether they're employable or whether they could go out into the community and do a volunteer work or whatever. We're setting those parameters where that could be done. That could be done by the parent or whoever's deciding to hire or allow them to be a volunteer.
So this is a little bit of a scary proposition, but I'm going to try to channel my inner Dr. Conrad. We're just starting this.
Mm-hmm.
We piloted this assessment this last year on a very limited scale. This is the first year. All the subjectivity, I heard you discuss questions on state assessments that are subjective, right? So there's always going to be some level of that. We have to get more eyes, I think, from psychometricians and do all the reliability and validity. So we're just starting into that space, and we're more than willing to go down all those roads to address those issues that might be there. So we're just kind of, just like Dr. Conrad laid out the timeline for the through-year assessments, we're just getting started on with this. So
that's
good feedback.
And that's what I want to just let the board know. We're their board, and just know that these concerns are already coming up, and we need to follow up.
Stay
on
vigilant. And
Yes.
with KESA as it sits across the board, I mean, that is a constant, continuous feedback. What do we need to tweak? How can we make things better, stronger, all the things. So thanks for the reminder. Like it's really still the pilot, the very beginning stages of, can always come back and make changes when needed.
And I do want to mention that it is somewhat of a through-year assessment. It's a pre and a post. So
Right.
you talk about engaging students. If students are able to see how they did against standards, if they're able to see how they did against skills, that's engaging.
Right.
And this is somewhat not on the level of 4 times a year, but it's a pre and a post.
Yeah. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Dr. Scott, I just wanted to speak to what I would say is powerful impact that I've observed at Lawrence Gardner High School through JAG-K program and Washburn Tech program. And I was seeing the numbers of kids that had come through Washburn Tech at their graduation ceremonies before and now while I'm on the board, and that number is growing every single semester. And I can only say that to see the hope on those young people's faces as they're walking across the stage to get that certificate in welding or electrical engineering, it's like, okay, I might be in a place right now that isn't the best for me. However, I've made the best of it, and when I come through this, I'm going to be able to be employed gainfully and have a positive future. So, I know that's anecdotal, I can't pull up any statistics that would say this is the way we should go, but definitely I think that's a prime indicator that if we can continue along this path, we're going to see positive outcomes for kids in these specialty schools, whether it is for, different ability needs or whether it's because of situations that they happen to find themselves in. So just wanted to add that and give shout out to JAG-K because we support them as someone that we choose to fund. So.
Well said.
Betty?
Thank you. And I certainly believe that we're doing great things when we recognize one size does not fit all. And that's all that we are doing when we say each child, every child, then you have to say one size does not fit all. And so we are adapting the sizes to what they need. With that being said, I am prepared to make a motion if you're ready for it.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Life and Employability Skills Assessment as an alternative metric to high school graduation rates for accreditation determination in special purpose schools.
Do I have a second? Melanie? All in favor? 10-0 vote. Okay. Thank you, sir.
very much.
Appreciate it.
See you in a little bit.
Yes, you will. Oh, so tag teaming back again. Dr. Conrad.
Yes, so this action is to approve the 10th grade science cut scores that were presented last month so that we can move forward and release those scores back to families.
Board, did you have any questions from the last month's presentation? Hopefully, if you did, you already contacted Dr. Conrad, but anything you want to comment on before we take our action? Okay.
Ready?
Go for it.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Science State Assessment cut scores as presented.
Okay. Second? Barrow? All in favor? What do we got? 10? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I also wanted to take 1 minute to talk about assessments versus tests, just so that I love that Jay went before and he called it an assessment. And I think that there's value in understanding that there is a slight difference in that, where the assessment is the larger kind of umbrella and a test is one simple thing. All tests are assessments, but not all assessments are tests. You can have multiple ways to assess. One of the things that Jay just spoke about was an assessment, and there's multiple things in there that we're looking for because it's more of an evaluation of a body of work. And so with this, you have a science test where it is very specific and it's a one-time event, and it's part of a larger assessment system. And so just making that distinction, I just wanted to be able to share that, and I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions there, happy to answer those. Otherwise, I appreciate your vote. Seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you, Board.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Scott,
Okay,
long time
Zach
no see.
won. Zach won. He had the shortest item on the docket today, I think. So this is the Accreditation Review Council recommendations brought to the board last month as a receive item. And so all 303 school systems in Kansas are public schools, and those that are private schools that choose to be state accredited are evaluated in two ways. One is their action plan is reviewed, look for clarity, is it driven by data, and is it aligned to the school improvement model. They're also evaluated in each of the compliance areas. And so what I shared with you last month were the recommendations from the ARC, and the ARC is charged with being that third party that looks at those evaluations, listens to our team a lot of times talk about what we're seeing from systems or compliance leads talking with the ARC, and then they make a recommendation to the state board. And you can see from last month that all systems except for Hoxie and the Lutheran schools were recommended to be fully accredited, or we just call it accredited. And that Hoxie and the Lutheran schools were recommended to be accredited with conditions, and they were for the same compliance area, licensure. So I'll stand for any questions, asking for action from the board today on those recommendations.
One of the things that I and Dr. Scott actually had a little conversation about the whole compliance issue, and one of the things he reminded me of that we kind of agreed we would bring out in this board meeting was that in the realm of compliance, some of the things we've already done is already framing differently what that compliance piece looks like. Like we voted to stop the whole professional development piece of running through the state board. And
yeah, there were two specific, and this was, I remember when Dr. Nugent brought that to the board, and it's a board goal, right? You want to streamline, reduce redundancy, create a more effective system, return time to systems to actually do the work instead of documenting the work. Those were big steps. When you took away, it's not like you took away, that's still really important, but removing that compliance area of a professional development plan for 5 years, that saved so much time and effort because you said, well, they're putting together a 1-year action plan and they're doing that consistently. That's their plan. And then the mentoring side, right? Mentoring was a separate compliance area, but yet to be licensed in Kansas, you must have gone through mentoring. So through licensure, there's some redundancy for you, right? You remove that. So, and just so you know, people really appreciate it. I mean, you don't probably hear that enough, but we hear from systems all the time, thank you for allowing us to spend more time on the practice of teaching and learning and not having to document it so often.
And I want to say, as Jay said, we actually changed the way it was worded so that it would better speak to the situation. Hoxie schools and Lutheran schools are still accredited. There is a condition they must meet. Honestly, that's really the level of it. And I did talk to the Hoxie superintendent. She is in my district. She appreciated the phone call. Everybody's fine. They understand what the issue was, and they're doing the things they need to correct it, and they'll be fine moving forward. So just trying to take a little bit of that weight of it off, I guess. Like there's a condition that was applied because it happened for 2 years in a row. But everybody's up to speed and we're all good. So.
And just so the board knows, we have been in contact from the time that the ARC made that recommendation. We've been in contact with both Hoxie and the Lutheran schools. The Lutheran schools did choose to appeal the ARC's recommendation, and so it gave us the chance to run out a new process, and that's a new appeal process. The first step in that is actually what we call a mediation meeting, where we have a few members of the ARC and we have the system. Now, we had to do it virtually, but it was successful because by the end of that, not by the very end of the meeting, I gave the Lutheran schools a couple days. They came back and said, we now understand. Not that we agree with it, but we accept the accredited with conditions recommendation from the ARC. So I didn't mention that before. Back in July, when I was here before, we actually didn't even include Lutheran schools in the item. So, but they are part of it now. They've accepted that. And Hoxie has already submitted their fall vacancy report, which is due September 25th. They're probably the first one in the state. So, it's a process. It's working.
Yeah, it's a good thing. There was something else I was going to say. And thank you for bringing out the appeal process, because that was one of the things we talked about in the whole process of it. If there was anything, that there would be an actual face-to-face, even if it's virtual, meeting so that the district gets to have that conversation. Yeah. And I think that's really good.
Yeah, our appeal process in KISA 1.0 was, okay, you're being recommended to be accredited with conditions. You need to submit documentation that you shouldn't be accredited with conditions, right? So it's totally a paper transaction, and there's no human side to it. So just having a meeting, just talking about it, the issues, it really helped. So,
okay. Yep. We're just seeing our processes are actually working, so it's a good thing.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes, I believe we are.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Accreditation Review Council's recommendation of accreditation status for school systems. The recommendations were as follows. A, all systems except USD 412 Hoxie and Lutheran schools be accredited. And B, USD 412 Hoxie and Lutheran schools be accredited with conditions.
Okay, do I have a second? Dennis? All in favor? Okay, 10-0. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Wow, look at us. We're in good shape. Okay, let's take a quick break and then we'll come back and finish up we're going to finish up here with, I don't think I have a chair report per se. If I did, I didn't write it down. So I don't know that anybody's had committees over the summer. Yes? Michelle and
Just
Connie?
a KSD meeting coming up here for a council
Okay.
meeting on the 31st of August.
Okay.
So I'll be probably bringing something back, probably maybe a little bit in September.
Okay, perfect. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a report from JCS, Juvenile Justice.
Okay.
We had a report on, I'm on the data committee, and I'm not a data person. So I'll just read what I put in my notes. The meeting was last Monday at 3 o'clock. We talked about House Bill 2329 and the effects on juvenile stabilization centers that are in different parts of the state. And they have to give an annual report to DCF. This is a copy of the report they send in. And it talks about how they measure the youth that are in trouble, and what they plan to do, the placements, the incidents, and the demographics of all this, and they turn it into them, and they just hold on to it. It's data, you know.
Right.
Student data, too.
Right.
So, so thank you for listening to my nice report on juvenile justice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Dennis?
Okay, well, I have a annual meeting coming up for the opioid prescription drug, whatever committee that I'm on. And honestly, it's going to be in Wichita, I believe, and it'll be this fall sometime. I haven't quite figured out whether I can go or not, but just a lot of people that are looking at demographics and things that, problem areas in the state and stuff, and the risk to people out on the street or families get caught up in that. So I will probably try to get to that. I just, in some ways it's kind of a depressing thing.
I bet.
And I'd rather talk about farming, so I'm going to talk about farming. Kansas ag in the classroom is just, I think, is just a wonderful subsidiary to what we want to see kids, especially in the state of Kansas, and we like to highlight teachers. So this is kind of old news. This comes out of May actually, and I forgot to report this earlier. But Catherine Louderback of the ESTEAM program, she is the ESTEAM program facilitator, right close to Topeka here. Auburn Washburn Schools was selected the 27 KFAC, Kansas Foundation of Agriculture in the Classroom Teacher of the Year.
Nice.
So congratulations to Catherine.
Very nice.
And she will be profiled in there through the year as being effective in the classroom. Then also, we had our quarterly board meeting last week. There's match days coming up where they try to meet the budget, and really they've been able to almost do that with match and donations, because it is a non-for-profit organization. And then the state fair is going to be, they always have a display in the Sunflower Building, I believe. And I've been a participant in that in the past, and it's kind of a neat, hands-on, interactive thing for kids for that first Saturday of the fair. And you can, see how cows give milk and combines cut wheat and things like that, and it's just a fun day for families. So I hope to help them with that again. So anyway, just it's always encouraging to see what's going on in the ag world. And I've got 4 cows that are going to calve this fall, so I'll be right in the thick of it. I don't want to pull a calf, but I'll be there. I'll call you, Debbie. I'll call you if I need you.
I almost got to, I was 30 minutes too late.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Anything crazy going on you need to talk about? Melanie?
I just want to remind the board that NASB's annual meeting is coming up at the end of October, and now would be a great time to make a reservation for that with NASB, and then start booking your travel plans.
It's true. Do you know those exact, is it on, and where this month or this year? No.
Google it.
Google.
I do not remember off the top of my head, but I can find
know
out
I
for you
saw
real
it,
quick. I should know. It's in Baltimore. It is October 26th through 28th. Baltimore, Maryland.
Same time frame as last year, okay. Okay. Yes?
May I add something I forgot? Child Nutrition and Wellness is doing some farm tours through the state. I think there's 6 regions they're going to hit this fall, and St. John is in my district, and I'm going to try to be there September 11th. And Kelly Cheney's doing a good job coordinating things with that. So can I tell a little story?
Yes, you can.
This is just a reminder of some of the things we do that work out for families and are a good thing. I went to Wilson, our family went to Wilson for the Czech Festival to see Big Boy come in, right? This big locomotive. And then we made it a 2-day thing, and we went down to Ellenwood and stayed in the motel down there, which is historic, and they have an underground tour, which is really unique. I mean, the guy that owns the hotel didn't even know it existed till they had to replace the sidewalk, and they discovered all this stuff underneath the hotel that he had bought. The previous owner didn't know it was there, and so that's part of the tour now. They expanded it because of that. And the Sunflower Summer application covers the kids.
Oh, very
which
cool.
we initiated 2 years ago, and so my daughter had that on her phone, and so that was a neat experience for the family. That this is real.
I was going to say, I've seen the
It was a really fun weekend.
Very fun.
And I'd brag about my grandkids, but I won't do that
I guess you're allowed.
today.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a comment, personal comment from me. I'm very concerned about 24 PPC 24. I'm afraid that we might have set a precedent by having that, doing what we did with that one teacher in the future. It may not happen. It could happen again. And I just think by doing what we did, I think we need more choices than just censure in that comment. And that's just me.
Okay.
Because it bothered me
Okay.
a lot after we ended the session last month.
Okay.
So I'd like to see more choices than just censure.
So what I want to remind everybody is that we adopted the Kansas Code of Ethics for Educators that has professional development around ethics that will be required for licensure as that gets built out, because that is where we hope those things don't have the opportunity. Because as General Counsel Scott Gordon, when he was before us with all of that, that was exactly what he wanted to see happen, so that we were getting ahead of things instead of things getting there. So I believe we have already put in place a process, or that's being put in place, adopted the ethics, and then putting in processes, which I know Shane will be back to continue to talk about what they're doing. But that's going to be a part of the whole licensure. As I and Mr. Ferguson have talked about, and I've seen that as I worked in a law office, attorneys have to have so many ethics continuing educations, to keep their license. So it's something that we're looking at with educators so that we ensure lines are known, because society has changed on us. So that those things are in place, and I truly believe it will keep that from happening, to be honest with you.
Well,
That's my personal
kind of
belief.
in statute now with the cell phone bill, the recall cell phone bill. There's certain things.
Right. That's very true. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's act on travel requests. Not much on there, but it's on the agenda, so let's take care of it. Melanie, second. Betty, all in favor? 10-0. Perfect.
Board comments.
Future agenda requests,
Board comments?
board comments, future, I was just going to do future agenda real quick, but we can.
Okay. Since it,
You're right. Go for it.
I did that in reverse. I turned it off as I was getting ready to speak. And I've written this out so that I can be brief and stay on task. But as a member of the policy committee since day one of serving on the State Board of Education, I have a much deeper appreciation of the need to evaluate, update, shore up, or revise policy. So in preparation of 5 new members and to consider how we best might be able to aid freshman members to hit the ground running, I am asking that this board consider directing the policy committee, and I'm going to put back on my glasses, to bring back to the full board an acceptable platform from which board members' voices can be heard. And if I could give an example of a platform, sometime back we did have the opportunity to review, will a board member be able to speak during public forum? And once, and that actually had to do with Debbie, and once she found out what the platform was and what was acceptable, she was able to go along and move forward. And I think there are many times that if there is a specified platform or a way to bring about a concern that's acceptable to the entire board, it allows us to move smoothly without shock factors or whatever. As an example, even today, there were some things that
Point of order, Madam Chair. Leave me
please
out of it.
don't-
No,
please
leave
don't
me out of
interrupt
it,
me.
because honestly, I did not make a policy. I did not violate any policy.
I am being interrupted, and this was my time to
It's
speak.
against policy to bring my name into it and to attack me. So please keep your comments with
As
me
I
out of it.
as I said,
Board,
we
seriously.
did have an opportunity to establish platforms that once it was established, they were met without a problem. And I think that if we do something along that order, moving forward, where we are able to look at platforms or ways that board members' voices can be heard without them feeling attacked, that we might be able to move forward in a more positive and responsible manner. So I'm just requesting that the policy committee be directed to look into various platforms that could be acceptable.
Okay. Well, I've always contended that the policy committee can bring what it sees fit before the board to recommend. I mean, so I'll leave that to the policy committee to talk that through. Let's keep the temperature down. Like, let's try to walk through the rest of our meeting here. Do we have any other comments regarding the meeting? Or, I don't know, I like to hear different ideas on what was presented, whether there was something from the conference that we attended most recently. I know we'll talk about the listening part we did, but you know, Beryl did make a comment already about how Commissioner Steele with the deputies gave their, I don't know what you call that, just their presentation of their ongoing work. So lots of positives that came out of that. I personally love the conference and its full focus on academics. It's just a really strong thing that's going on there with KISA. So do we have any, I see nothing on the board, any future agenda requests? Connie?
Yes, in October, I would like to see the student count for when they do the student count in September.
Oh, gotcha.
I would like to see that even in notes or something, so we know how many students are in the state of Kansas. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. My brain started to go somewhere and then I lost it. Michelle?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple months ago, we voted on that innovative school thing and learn a little bit more about the coalition board, and I just want further clarification as far as we have an elected, 10-body elected board that's represented across the state, and we're elected. That coalition board would not be elected. It would be more appointed. So I just need to know where the fine line is on that, as far as, I'd like to just get more details into that.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting concept, especially since legislature.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, 2 points. One is I have asked our legal team to look at everything about that and have that. So you're the chair, you decide how to bring that forward, whether that's in a memo or a presentation or whatever, we'd like to do that. And then Connie, the student count isn't due until October 10th, so it may, is it okay that we hear you on when it is finalized, let's bring it? It may be November.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Because but they take the count like the 20th or whatever's closest, and then they have to turn it into the state, and then the state has to.
It has to be submitted by October 10th.
Yeah, so, which would be the day of our meeting, I think. So, Beryl?
We could. Show efficiency.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if on our KSDE landing page, if there's any information, or could it be placed there, about what the process is when district leaders ask for the bond issue. Talking to superintendent, he explained it, and I had already spoken with him, but I got quite a few calls from constituents in North Lyon County, very concerned, mostly older people who are, maintaining their farmland. They're concerned that their taxes are going to go up. And I think they had a lot of questions about why it would be approved, but I let them know, I referred back to the statute, that all we do is approve their opportunity to vote on it. But I think it might help maybe in the future, even with other individuals, if the process of the steps that the district has to go through, even through their own district board, in order to present their request to us, and then the expectation is it will go on the ballot for November. So if they choose to mobilize their community citizens to say this isn't something we can afford, that's on them, but I think they think it's on us.
Right.
So I just was trying to think of an easy way to refer them to a dependable site other than one person offering what I thought I had heard. And it could be that way throughout the state. So that was just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to back up what Michelle said about innovative schools, and Jake said legal's looking at it. I have some real concerns. I'd like it to be on next month.
Well, you were introduced to our new legal counsel, or KSDE's new legal counsel.
Well, we'll just put it to work.
She's got a lot on her plate. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, if everybody's good, before I fully adjourn, I just want to say, obviously, we are meeting tomorrow morning at the docking building in the Cherokee Room. It will be live streamed. We'll be there at 9 a.m. to talk about technology and the one-to-one devices in our school districts across the state. So that discussion will be happening. I believe policy is meeting at 4:30 as soon as we are done here. Oh, and I do want to say for tomorrow, just be thinking about what you did here at the KSDE conference from the folks that came to you in a conversation about the technology. Just if you would be prepared to just really quick in a minute, kind of just give the overall what you felt like you heard. So we just have that little piece of what that whole listening part did. So just so you're prepared to come speak on that. Okay? Anything, Betty?
Yeah, quick question, because you said policy committee meeting is at 4:30. Are we bound to that time since you've announced? since we're
Oh, you
getting
don't want to
out
wait the 10 minutes, is
early.
that what you're saying? I don't.
Yeah.
That's a good question. It has been noticed, and since the coma change, it isn't applicable.
I thought it was right after those were approximation, right after the meeting.
I mean,
I mean, if we have to wait till 4:30, that's fine. I just want it clear.
I wish I had a better answer because you would like to make use of the time, but when you publish a meeting and you can't start early if somebody wanted to specifically attend that. So that's the challenge of, an inflexible statute that, you have to stick to that schedule. So that's unfortunate.
And that is in room 117, so take a quick, oh, it's earlier than I thought it was. Wow, for some reason I was reading that clock completely wrong. Okay. That's frustrating. I apologize, Betty. Maybe it's something for us to learn by immediately following the board meeting or something.
As I say, if I could ask Mark a question about the timing, in the future, could we notice it as just immediately following the board meeting? Is that
Sure, then that way if somebody's following it, and sometimes that just takes care of itself when you do it over lunch, because whenever you break, you go to that. So you could do it that way.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Keep learning along the way, don't we? Yeah. All right. Well, I will adjourn today's meeting until next month. Our next regular meeting will be on September 8th and 9th. So have a good evening.